the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Ocala, Florida, here's Tony Laporta. the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Ocala, Florida, here's Tony Laporta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to tropical Ocala, Florida, home of the Ocala Grand Prix. It is time to get rolling. Saturday morning, round 2 of the 2016 Safina Foods Florida Winter Tour, presented to you by Fixie Wheels. We're getting ready to go heat racing today, and we've even got an LCQ lined up when it's all said and done. Yesterday, a few rounds of practice in the morning. Took the lunch break, and then we came back to set our grids for the weekend in timed qualifying, and then we knocked out a heat race. Well, now it's all wheel-to-wheel action this afternoon, and our first class of the day is out on track. It is our Masters Rok drivers. As I said yesterday, we got in a round of qualifying and even knocked out a heat race. Florida Winter Tour's new event format, qualifying on Friday, a heat race, 2 rounds of heats on Saturday, and then pre-final and final racing Sunday. Makes it a true 3-round format versus the double race day weekends we contested last year in 2015. Anthony Honeywell's been the driver to beat so far in 2016 in Masters Rok, and it seemed to be that way yesterday through qualifying until a mechanical issue took him out on the second lap of the opening heat race yesterday. Adam Pettit from PCR was there to pick up the pieces. Honeywell's going to be starting on the pole once again. These heat races are not progressive, so Honeywell will get the roll off from the inside of row 1 once again today, and he'll have to try to make up for lost ground. He was able to continue in that first heat race yesterday, but he was never able to advance back into the top 10. Where you finish in each heat race affects your overall average, determining where you'll start in the the pre-final tomorrow morning. So even though Anthony Honeywell is going to start on that front row again today, he's going to have to dig himself out of a hole that he put himself in yesterday afternoon. Honeywell starts on pole with the 632 of Di Matteo on the off pole. Adam Pettit, yesterday's Heat 1 winner, starts on the inside of row 2, while Daniel Reiger lines up in 4th. Andre Duick in the 618 rolls 5th with Drew Neubauer on the outside in 6th. Mark Julian and Josh Martin make up row 4, while it's Ryan Gordon and Andre Salazar completing the top 10. Trey Smith brings them around in 11th. We're getting ready to kick off today's heat races. Masters Rok into the tram lanes. Chuck Yoder tells them where to go. Cameron Egger, let's go racing. Green flag flies, and Honeywell gets a good jump off the flag. Pettit follows him through from the inside of row 2 up into 2nd. That's going to shuffle the outside row back a few positions. Honeywell brings him out of 3 down the short chute. They head to 4, and he's already got a big lead over the PCR of Pettit. They get a little squirrely through 4. 2-3 carts get together in the back of the pack. Everybody up front keeps their nose clean, continues to roll. Out of 6 now, they head for the tree, turn 7. Honeywell's got the Praga hooked up and moving. They come over the kink out of 8 now to the showcase turn number 9, and Honeywell's already got a big old lead. Lap 1 in the books here. Masters Rok heat race number 1 off and rolling. Senior Rok drivers, you're going to be on the grid now. I need Senior Rok drivers on the grid. A few of those carts that were involved in a little bit of a tangle up over in turn 4 on the opening lap, they're still getting pushed off and removed from the racing service. You hate to see a couple drivers race end that early. Honeywell let him by that time. Adam Pettit runs in 2nd. Heard it was the spark plug wire that separated from the boot that ended, that brought Honeywell's race to a near end yesterday. He was able to rewire it together back there out on the track and continue to roll, but it was after quite a lengthy delay off to the outside of the track at the end of lap number 1. That's why he was never able to get out of that 11th position. Honeywell goes purple that time by 38.635 on the back. Pettit is 2nd. Di Matteo is 3rd. Reiger and Duick round out your top 5. Reiger's starting to get a little bit of a challenge going here with Di Matteo. Reiger has gotten into the 3rd position. Di Matteo's back to 4th now, and then it's going to be Duick rounding out your top 5. Behind them, it's the Praga of Drew Neubauer. Yeah, you see Daniel Reiger and Andre Duick fighting right there. We're keeping an eye on your leaders right now. This is the Bordonia Racing Engine sponsored Masters Rock category. Looks like we should be watching Daniel Reiger. There's Adam Pettit running in second as they come through the tree turn, number 7, now over the dog leg 8. Honeywell brings him through to complete another lap. The Oklahoma driver ran very well in Homestead last month. Looking to do the same here. But if you remember in Homestead, it was Rafael Matos who dominated Masters Rock last month, sweeping the weekend, picking up the pole position. 3 heat race wins, the pre-final and the final. Matos owned the competition in Masters Rock. Not here this weekend. Anthony Honeywell looking over to try and take that top spot away. But unfortunately, the clean sweep of the weekend out of the cards after the mechanical issues in the first heat race yesterday. Adam Pettit showed great speed in qualifying and then was right there when it mattered. Honeywell clipping the curb just a little bit on corner exit out of 1. He works through 2 cleanly, sets up out of 4 to the offside of the track to dive back into the left-hander, turn number 4 right there. He comes back to the left side for the right-hander, turn 5. It's a bunch of 180s back and forth. The switchbacks right there. Turns 4, 5, and 6. Now they come to the tree, turn 7. Honeywell rolling cleanly here. Each lap time getting quicker than the one before it. 38.2 last time by. Pettit, 38 with a 3 on the back. Let's see what Honeywell can do here. Slows it down to a 38.282 that time by. He actually only drops 1/100th of a second. His best time a 38.28. Last time by a 38.29. And then it's Reiger in third. DiMatteo and Duick each run their best laps of the race. Neubauer is 6th. Mark Julian 7th. Smith 8th. Josh Martin and Ryan Gordon your top 10. It looks like we have no lap times. Andres Salazar and Ryan Gordon, the 2 drivers involved in that lap 1 incident through the switchbacks. Honeywell's lead last time by over Pettit, 1.5 seconds. Let's see if it's able to grow here at all or if it stabilizes. At the line, Pettit 1.2 seconds back, and that's because he just went purple. Adam Pettit with the most aerodynamic haircut you're going to see out there. Not a hair on his head. 38.26 that time by at the line. As they work lap number 8, they'll see 4 to go at the line. Good lap right there for Adam Pettit. Daniel Reiger also lays down his best lap of the race, a 38.4. So we were just watching that battle a moment ago. 3rd and 4th, Reiger laid down his best lap. DiMatteo right behind him, and then Andre Duick completing that top 5. Mark Julian in 6th. Neubauer, Smith, Martin, and Gordon your top 10. Ryan Gordon and Andre Salazar are not able to complete the opening circuit. A couple of the Praga drivers starting to have a go at it here down in turn number 1. That's going to be Drew Neubauer and Troy Smith fighting for the 7th position. We continue to watch that battle for 3rd place right now. Those are the 2 karts you're watching. Daniel Reiger in the 613 Rosso chassis being chased down by Evandro DiMatteo on the Evo chassis as they come into turn 1. Reiger had a great run in Homestead last month, always fighting to be right there on the podium throughout the weekend, and he's looking to do the same here. But DiMatteo on him really well as they come out of 3, down into 4. DiMatteo makes contact as they head into 4. DiMatteo got into Reiger. Looked like Reiger got on the brakes a little early there to try and diamond off the corner, and DiMatteo did not expect it, ran right into the back of the left rear of Daniel Reiger. Reiger's still rolling here. DiMatteo has lost a few positions, I do believe. There's Honeywell. He sees the sticks, 2 to go. Pettit comes across the line. There's Reiger with a big lead now over 4th place, who will now be Andre Duick. DiMatteo is going to slip quite a few spots here. Mark Julian picks up the 5th position. And here comes, that should be DiMatteo. Yep, he falls all the way from his battle for 3rd. He now runs 6th. And then Josh Martin and Drew Neubauer continue to fight. Martin runs 7th, Neubauer 8th. And then we should see Troy Smith come across the line in 9th. unless he went off up in the switchbacks, which I believe he did. Here comes Pettit to see the white flag behind leader Anthony Honeywell. Honeywell's got 1 to go. He's clean and green for the checkered flag here, looking to bounce back after a mechanical issue in that first heat race yesterday. Honeywell very good in all different disciplines of karting: sprint, laydown, road course, endurance. The guy's driven a lot of different karts, and it shows right now as he is hustling that Praga Rok all the way around the track into the final corner. He'll come out on the other side to see the checkered flag waving. Heat number 2 goes to the Honey Badger. Anthony Honeywell scores the win here in heat number 2. Pettit comes home second. That's a P1 and a P2 for him on the weekend so far. Good week for Adam Pettit here. And then Daniel Reiger is going to end up finishing in the 3rd position with Andre Dewick in 4th. Mark Julian gets DiMatteo for 5th spot. Evandro ends up 6th. Josh Martin 7th. Drew Neubauer 8th. And then we're waiting to see Troy Smith come across the line. And then again, bad luck for Ryan Gordon and Andre Salazar as they were involved in a lap 1 incident over there in the switchbacks, turns 4 and 5. But that'll do it. Anthony Honeywell. Kyle Kuntze, your driver, he's figured out those Bridgestone tires pretty well. He scores an impressive Heat 1 victory by 2.5 seconds over Adam Pettit. And then it's Reiger in 3rd, Dewick 4th, Julian in 5th. So, folks, thanks a bunch for tuning in and spending some of your Saturday with us here in Ocala, Florida. Weather much nicer than it was last month. Looking out the window in the press box here high above the Ocala Grand Prix facility. Not a cloud in the sky that I can see. If you're at home watching live, be sure to send us a shout out to your favorite driver, team, crew member, hairstylist, whatever. If they're here, send us a shout out at live@floridawintertour.com. That's our email this weekend. Send us a shout out at live@floridawintertour.com. And I'll read any shout out you send us over the air, as long as it contains no more than 4 swear words. I will definitely read it over the air. Coming up next, it's going to be our Senior Rock Heat Race number 2. Kyle Kirkwood, does anybody have anything for the Ocala Grand Prix driver? You see right there on your grid, he's going to roll off in the P1 position. Luis Jose Forteza starts 2nd. Victor Franzoni starts 3rd. He's got one of the Pedrosa brothers tuned on his go-kart. That's a good sign. Mauricio Hernandez starts 4th with Ryan Norberg in 5th. Tech Speed driver Elaine Sisdelli is going to roll off 6th with Dominic Tesoro, Zach Banks, Zach Holden, and Sterling Fairman completing your top 10. There goes Matt Long. He's going to find himself a spot in the bleachers to watch this race. Matt's rocking the Team Chevy jacket and some shorts, so he's wanting to keep the upper body a little warm. The legs, though, not such an issue. That's how nice the weather is here in Ocala this weekend. So stick with us, folks. We'll be right back as we get ready to roll our next heat race of the day. It's going to be Senior Rock, brought to you by PK Sports.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
So as we get ready for our second heat race of the morning, round number 2 on the track, it is our senior rock drivers brought to you by PK Sports. Starting in the 18th position, it's going to be the 397 of Carlos Rodriguez Lopez with Franco Carabeda on the inside, starting 17th. Dario Cangelosi coming out of the Northeast is going to start 16th with another Northeast driver, Julia Boos, in the 351. Sebastian Alvarez in the 329 rolls 14th, while Matthew Pasesh will start 13th. The 317 of Brandon Collins and Olin Galley start side by side, 11th and 12th. Sterling Fairman kicks things off inside the top 10 with Zach Holden on the inside of row 5, starting 9th. Zach Banks will be on the outside of row number 4, while Dominic Tesoro starts 7th. Elaine Sisdelli, the Tech Speed driver, starts 6th, with Ryan Norberg in the 348 starting 5th. On the outside of row number 2, it'll be the 314 of Mauricio Hernandez with the 324 PK Sports driver Victor Franzoni starting 3rd. The front row sees on the outside the 361 of Luis Jose Forteza, and starting on pole, OGP ace, the 328 Kyle Kirkwood. They come out of the final corner. Chuck Yoder puts him into the tram lanes. We're waiting to see a green flag fly here. Kirkwood brings him down nice and slow. He gets a good jump at the acceleration line, though, and the outside lane does not move. Kirkwood brings him down into turn 1. Is Franzoni able to get that inside row 2 starting spot to help him out? I believe he did. Man, that outside row did not move at all. Kirkwood did a great job at holding him back right until the acceleration line where those 2 yellow cones are at. And man, once he got past those, he applied that Mike Speed tuned power, and the cart took off. Down into 7 they go over the dogleg in 8th. And I believe that's going to be Ryan Norberg all the way up into 2nd. Yes, it is. Kirkwood brings him down to complete the opening lap. He takes a look over his shoulder. Norberg runs in 2nd. Then it's going to be Franzoni in the 3rd spot. Good start there for Ryan Norberg to jump all the way up into 2nd. Franzoni runs 3rd. Off-pole starter Mauricio Hernandez is going to be 4th. And then Luis Jose Forteza, actually Forteza the off-pole starter. And then Mauricio Hernandez, who started 4th, continues to run in that position. Elaine Sisdelli right behind them in the 303. Sisdelli had a great race with Kyle Kirkwood back in Homestead last month. Lap 2 coming to an end here. Kirkwood out in front. Let's take a look at the gap as they roll by. Kirkwood ducking now, not looking over his shoulder. He's been listening to old Jonathan Koitek, I'll tell you that much. Kirkwood goes purple that time by 37.315. Norberg not far off, though, 37.335. Roughly 2/100ths of a second quicker Kirkwood is than second-place driver Ryan Norberg. Norberg spent a little bit of time on the Ocala Grand Prix squad last year, if you remember. Now driving for OTK USA, Norberg aboard the Tony cart. He's up on the wheel, hustling that thing right now. Last time by the gap, 0.6 of a second. I think Norberg's doing a real good job here of keeping Kirkwood in his sights. The gap stays right at 0.6. Franzoni trying to make sure he stays involved in the fight, and then that should be the battle for, I think, 4th, I want to say it is. Hernandez on the DR cart being chased down by Luis Jose Forteza on the comp cart. Forteza to the inside in 4. He's through. Forteza up a spot, but it's going to be Hernandez battling back, trying to make something happen for that 4th position. They come out of turn 7 through 8. Kirkwood still out in front, but he's doing a great job, Ryan Norberg is, at staying right on Kirkwood's back bumper. The gap has been 0.6 of a second each lap here. Let's see what it is. It stays at 0.6, and that's because Norberg goes purple. Ryan Norberg, 37.113. Kirkwood that time was a 37.145. Ryan Norberg doing a great job and making sure Kyle Kirkwood does not run away from this field. Franzoni still in 3rd, and then it's going to be the comp cart of Forteza solidly in 4th place. Mauricio Hernandez in 5th. Chris Wheeler, how are you doing?
Good, buddy. Good. How are you?
I'm great. You sound tired.
I mean, not all of us get the luxury of just sitting up here and talking all day long. Some of us have to go to work for real. So, sorry for the delay, but just waiting on Mike Marini to sign my permission slip so I can leave the tent.
I understand. He was probably busy doing his hair. We're glad you're here, though.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
Chris Wheeler in the booth and Kyle Kirkwood out on track showing the way. as Ryan Norberg runs in second last time by. He went purple again, a 36.9. He's the only driver in the 36-second bracket. Norberg chopping some wood right now. The gap last time down to 0.5 of a second. Let's see what the numbers look like this time by. Kirkwood goes 37 flat. Norberg goes 37 flat also. The gap still at 0.5. Wow. Chris, Ryan Norberg is doing a great job at keeping Kyle Kirkwood in his sights.
Norberg's doing a fantastic job just kind of hanging in there. We talked about this a little bit yesterday in junior. In order to beat one of these OGP aces here, you're going to have to do it early. You know, you're probably not going to run them down and then make them look silly. You're going to have to try and get them on the start here. Kirkwood obviously had a perfect start for the spot he was in. So I think Norberg's doing the best that he can right now, and he can't expect to get much more than running second at this point.
I'll tell you what, Norberg cuts a little bit more off that lead, Chris. The lead now down to only 0.4 of a second. That time by Kirkwood was a 37.0. Norberg a 36.9. How is Norberg able to run quicker laps? It's what he's doing than Kirkwood at his home track.
I mean, it's a lot of times it's easier to do it when you've got the rabbit out in front. I mean, Kirkwood's references are only a zone. You know, Norberg has the reference of Kirkwood in front of him. He might be able to see a couple things here there, even though this lap it looks like he might have lost a little bit of time. We'll see as they come by. And in fact, as they hit the stripe, Kirkwood 37.0 to 37.1 at Norberg. So
yeah, Norberg lost.
You've got to be better than perfect if you want to beat Kyle Kirkwood here. The only way Kyle Kirkwood loses, either this week or next week here, is going to be if he beats himself.
Luis Jose Forteza up there in the fourth position. Mauricio Hernandez in fifth. Let's take a look at the running order a little bit farther down. Elaine Sisdeli on the Tech Speed card. He's having a hard time cracking that top five. He runs sixth. Dominic Tesoro on the CRG runs seventh. Zach Holden is eighth with another Zach Banks behind him in ninth. Allen Galley, the other Tech Speed driver, rounds out your top 10. Pasesh is 11th. Miss Julia Boos is in 12th. Alvarez, Collins, and Sterling Fairman are your top 15 as you see all those drivers fly down the front straightaway. That should be the 303 on your monitor right there of Elaine Sisdeli trying to run down that DR card of Hernandez. As we check back in on our leader, Kyle Kirkwood. There he is working those switchbacks so well. He's going to come down here to see two to go. Last time by, Kirkwood went purple. Let's not forget that. 36.879. Man, that is a great lap this late in the race. The lead has now grown to 0.8 of a second. Let's see what it is here. Yep, stays right at 0.8 of a second. Cameron Egger shows him the sticks, letting him know two to go in this 12-lap heat race. The track here at Ocala Grand Prix, it's short, it's fast, and man, we work through the heat races here pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits, obviously, with this amazing schedule by the Max Speed staff. Man, we're going to be out of here in time to catch happy hour at El Toro. I mean, that's one of the good things for sure.
You're buying drinks, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, in theory, you're staying at the Howard Johnson. I'm at the Holiday Inn. I think you have more room in your budget than I do.
The Howard Johnson, nice place. We always end up talking about the Howard Johnson during these races. I don't know why. Let's talk about the racing. White flag is going to fly here. Kirkwood, all he's got to do is set that thing in cruise control now. He's got a near full second advantage over Ryan Norberg. And I think Chris is exactly right when you talk about beating these OGP guys early because you're certainly not going to run them down and make them look silly. That's what they do most of the time to other drivers. And I think it's just the tire strategy is a big part of it. And they've really figured out how to set these Bridgestones up for the long run in these 12-lap heat races. Out of the final corner, there's the checkered flag. Kirkwood, one last look over his shoulder. Let's see if the gap grows, and it does, to a full second over Ryan Norberg. Great run there by Kyle Kirkwood. Victor Franzoni ends up in third. Luis Jose Forteza fourth. Mauricio Hernandez rounds out your top five. Sisdeli brings the Tech Speed home in sixth. We'll see them in one more heat race today. Dominic Tesoro was seventh. The Zacks, Holden and Banks, are eighth and ninth. And then Allen Galley rounds out your top 10. Pasesh was 11th. Boost 12th. Alvarez 13th. Brandon Collins and Dario Cangelosi are out your top 15. So, Chris, these guys have got one more heat race today, our Senior Rock drivers, and that'll set the grid for the pre-final. Ryan Norberg, he's just trying to do everything he can to make sure he starts on that front row for tomorrow's pre-final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Norberg knows what it's going to take to beat Kyle Kirkwood when we go finals racing tomorrow. And he's just trying to take advantage of every opportunity that he can to get himself in the best opportunity to take advantage early.
I think that's what you're going to have to do. As you said already in this first heat race, you're going to have to beat those OGP guys right off the green flag. You're not going to be able to chase them down and have a battle in the closing laps. So Senior Rok done with their second heat race. Masters Rok wrapping things up a little bit earlier this morning. Anthony Honeywell getting an impressive win after bouncing back after tech issues with Adam Pettit scoring the win yesterday.
So he broke yesterday.
Honeywell did.
And then I saw him at dinner last night. And I told him, hey, man, I apologize. I'll never interview you again. He said it wasn't your fault. It was because Tony interviewed my mechanic.
Coonsey had a great interview.
I mean, I really tried to take the blame here.
I appreciate it.
And somehow it still got put onto you.
That's just kind of – that's my life in a bottle.
Ah, okay.
So Kyle has told me already this morning also that he's never doing another interview again. He mentioned things about giving Anthony a cart 7/10 quicker than the rest of the field, and boom, right after he said that, the cart went and had a mechanical issue. But it's okay because he battles back to score the win in the second heat race today. We'll see what Pettit has for Honeywell in the third and final heat race today. So you see the OGP awning starting to get filled up with carts. It is our mini Rok A versus C race. They're getting ready to head out, and A versus B versus C versus D. Chris, that means only one thing. That means we've got an LCQ coming up later this afternoon.
There will be a last chance qualifier for those of you at home that are kind of like Tony Laporta and don't know what those letters stand for. And it's going to be awesome. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. LCQ racing is kind of like the good and the bad of everything in life.
Right.
Like you're really sad for the kid that just misses it by one, but you want to talk about off the top rope, ladder match, no holds bar? That's LCQ racing. No dude about it.
Let's crash qualifier also, as some people call the LCQ. I don't think we're going to see too much of that, though. But that fight for that sixth position, the transfer spot, always a great battle.
You want to talk about a battle? We got one coming up here. Mini Rok Heat versus A versus C. Maxon, Morgado, Crawford, Bacon, Mars, Zagozi, Carmenante, Wellage. Wow. I mean, any one of those kids can win this thing in the top four rows. It's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, this is a loaded field for sure. Tyler Maxon's going to bring him down with Matias Morgado, as Chris said, on off-pole. Jack Crawford starts third with the 118 comp cart driver, Caleb Bacon. Man, he's really found the setup on that cart this weekend. Luca Mars, another comp cart driver, is going to roll fifth with my man, the number 148, James Zagozi, in sixth. Derek Carmenente in the 134 alongside Jason Wellage. They make up row four. And that's Devin Gomez and Valeria Vargas completing the top 10. But, yeah, Chris, there's a lot of really good young drivers in this A versus C class.
You know, real quickly, one other shout-out we've got to give. How about the timing and scoring this weekend? In Homestead, we had nothing but technical issues with the race monitor.
Right.
I mean, we would have had a better idea of timing the guys with the sundial from high above the racetrack, trying to figure it out on our end.
You're starting to show your age.
But they've really stepped it up this weekend, done a fantastic job, and I haven't had an issue with race monitor or timing and scoring yet. So for that, I say thank you.
Nor have I, Chris, but I think if we're going to give those guys a shout-out, we also need to give the fine folks at Ocala Grand Prix a little bit of a shout-out, too, because it's their incredible Wi-Fi that we're working on of this weekend. But timing and scoring is doing a great job, too.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
I agree. I agree. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. We're getting ready to go with our next heat race, A versus C, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are high above Ocala Grand Prix for round number 2, the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour, brought to you by Fixie Wheels. I'm Chris Wheeler.
And someone put a coin in you finally.
And I'm hanging out with my man, Tony Laporta, the best forehead in radio. If you haven't seen it, go to his blog spot. It is nifty.
As if we don't get enough Kuna USA shout-outs on this broadcast with Kuna USA's Chris Wheeler in here. We have one coming into us from the great and exciting, fun state of Utah, the one and only Peyton Durant, tuning in and watching and saying, shout-out to all the Kuna USA drivers. Good luck. By the way, this is Peyton Durant. He wanted me to know who he was.
Peyton, you're my hero, buddy. I can't wait to pick you up at the airport in about 48 hours.
Tyler Maxson and Matias Morgado, they don't need to get picked up from the airport, Chris, because they're already here, and we're getting ready to go racing with them.
Thanks for figuring that one out for me.
Jack Crawford starts second with Caleb Bacon in third. Luca Mars is going to round out your top 5 with James Agozi in 6th. Carmenente 7th. Willage 8th. Devin Gomez in 9th. And then Valeria Vargas rounds out your top 10. Contagia and Robusto make up row 6, while it's Yusuf Mula and Andres Castro 13th and 14th. As we get ready to go racing. Gunnar Bischoff starts 17th, Alejandro Cirillo, Santiago Juarez, Jordan Menge, and Alex Jankowski. Deke Conine, thanks for watching, buddy. I apologize. The max speed Wi-Fi sure is great. Green flag flies as they take off down into turn number 1. Tyler Maxson holds on, and Jack Crawford moves up from that inside row 2 to the second position. That should be Caleb Bacon right back there in third. I'll tell you what, when Deke Conine's tuning into your broadcast, you know things are going pretty well. Man, look at that runoff 4 that Tyler Maxson gets as they head to 5 through those switchbacks. There's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th battle. They're all over each other right there as they come out of 6. Now they'll head for 7, the tree turn. Look at that aerial shot right there over the kink in 8. Our leaders head for 9, and man, this is a strung out field right here. They're running nose to tail. Jack Crawford pulls out of the draft, goes all the way to the inside. He's not close enough to make a move. He's defending, rather, against the 188 of Caleb Bacon. Our opening lap here underway. It's a quick 10-lapper for our mini rock drivers. This is A versus C. B versus D is going to come up right after this one, as the field makes its way through those switchbacks once again. Man, Tyler Maxson just got a great drive off of turn 4, that 180 you see right there at the top of your screen. And they make their way through the midsection of the track, now down the back straightaway.
So Maxson out front early here. Trying to break away a little bit. Gets a little bit freed up there off the showcase turn, down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Crawford to the bottom to block a little bit on Bacon. Head off turn number 2. Now the quick left-hander at 3. I believe that is Morgado on the energy all over the back of Caleb Bacon. Kind of a double-edged sword when you talk about Caleb Bacon. Of course, Tony's favorite name because he loves bacon, and you can always smell it, know where it is.
I literally just had some 10 minutes
Caleb
ago.
Bacon on the comp cart. Ray Charles could see where he is.
Right?
So it's a great compliment across the board. Here comes Bacon to the bottom.
Great move.
So Bacon to the bottom of Jetpack. Jack Crawford in the showcase. Now they're in line. The 2 energies now going to go to the bottom. Crawford loses it, brings it back, and brings Morgado with him. So Bacon, 3rd to 2nd to 4th in a matter of 2 corners here.
You could say that Bacon got fried on that pass.
Let it go, Tony. Let it go. Meanwhile, back up front, Tyler Maxson continuing to try and show the way here. He's done a fantastic job every on-track session this week on board that Bennick chassis off the tree corner. Little kink left-hander. Now headed to the showcase. Here comes Morgado now. Morgado to the bottom of Crawford onto the front straightaway. Head down 174. Tyler Maxson +3 and holding. Meanwhile, Carmenate up to 4th now as he gets around Caleb Bacon in turn number 1.
Man, you can see Matias Morgado planning that pass for quite a while on Jack Crawford, and he has the speed. He's got the speed to go after Tyler Maxson, the 174. Also, it's the energy versus the Bennick up front. Bennick driver, Tyler Maxson leading the way, but Morgado wants to change that and put his blue chassis, the energy frame, on the point. They come through the tree, turn number 7, now over the dog leg in 8th. Morgado up on the wheel, almost close enough to take a look as they head in to the showcase turn, but just not close enough that time by. They head down into one. Now this time he pulls out of the trap. Mergado to the inside for the lead, and he's through. Matias Mergado picks up the top spot, and that puts Tyler Maxson back to second, Chris.
So Maxson, for the first time all weekend, not seeing the road first here. Through turn number 5, the right-hander. Beautiful shot in front of you. Now the left-hander at 6, headed to turn number 7, the tree turn. Mergado +3 already. Good exit shot for him. He's going to pull Maxson even more now into the showcase. Here comes Derek Carminate. So Carminate up to third, your points leader when we left Homestead. Now into the third spot, Crawford, plus about a half a nose behind him as they head through turn number 1.
And I do have to make a quick correction, Chris. You and I were both, it looks like, making the wrong call on the comp cart driver right there in 5th. I think I led you off to believe that was Caleb Bacon. I didn't check. That's actually Luca Mars in the 188.
Well, thanks, Tony. I appreciate you there.
Bacon in the 118.
They're helping me out.
Sorry about it. Actually, it was Peyton Durant who helped us out right there.
Well, he's in Utah. He's not even here.
But he's watching.
So disappointment looms as I've listened to Tony Laporta for way too long. Meanwhile, back out front, Tyler Maxson on the backside of Morgado off the final corner. Down the front straighter they go. 2 cart lengths this time. Maxson with a great pull. Crawford, he's going to go to the bottom and defend, it looks like. So Luca Mars had a bit of a run on Crawford. Crawford to the bottom, going to hold it off just a little bit longer. Had one guy over here doing a little hucklebuck down the front stretch. He had 4 in the fluff, meaning in the dirt, spraying the grass. The grounds crew thanks you. Headed now back to turn number 7 one more time. Mergado out in front. Tyler Maxson loses just a little bit that time. Carminate has now separated himself from Crawford and Mars. What does that tell you about how strong the 134 machine is?
Crawford getting a bit of a push now from Luca Mars. They're trying to catch up to the top 3 at Carminate, Maxson, and Mergado. Can't say enough about Matias Mergado, though, in this race, although Maxson's going to take a look on the inside in 4. Not close enough yet. Mergado still showing the way. As they've been shown the sticks, they'll see the white flag flying when they get back to the line. Man, Matias Mergado has just driven a great race. There's the fight, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those 4 carts running nose to tail. Carminate now receiving big pressure from Jack Crawford. Crawford right there on the energy. Carminate on the Bennett. Cameron Egger shows him the white flag. 1 lap remaining here. Crawford's going to try and use Luca Mars to get by Carminate, but it's not going to work. 1 lap to go.
Meanwhile, how about this one? The littlest guy in the field, James Agozi, throws a slider on Mars in turn number 1, goes side by side through 2 and 3. Not going to get the position. He's going to remain in 6th through turn number 4. Now to turn number 5 they go. Battles all over the place. Your leader, Mergado, headed to turn number 7 for the final time.
They come over the kink, out of 8 into the showcase turn. Mergado, he has got a big enough gap to not even have to worry about it. Down the front straightaway to see the checkered flag flying. Matias Mergado scores the A versus C win. Tyler Maxson, your early leader, holds on for 2nd. And then Carminate is able to outlast the charge from Jack Crawford for 3rd. Crawford ends up 4th with Luca Mars holding off James Agozi. That was a great battle Chris was telling you about a moment ago. Mars rounds out your top 5. Agozi settles for 6th. Then it's Devin Gomez in 7th. Caleb Bacon 8th. Welledge and Robusto are your top 10. Great race in there in A versus C. Guys, B versus D is coming up next. Matias Mergado showed a great run there, Chris.
Yeah, Mergado really put on a show that time. He showed his true strength from the beginning to the end. Once he got to the front, he manipulated the field well to get there. And once there, he was able to hold on to it and then extend just a little bit. Obviously, Carminate made some passes. Luca Mars made some passes. Crawford made some passes. But the one that impressed me the most there, James Agozi. That little guy was on some rails.
Yeah, Agozi knows this OGP circuit very well. And every time he hits the track in this mini rock category, he certainly is a threat. We're getting ready to go with a B versus D now. Reese Gold and Alessandro De Tullio are going to be your front row. Stick with us, folks. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. So as we get ready to go back racing here, we got a couple shout-outs live at FloridaWinterTour.com. If you're watching live, we sure would appreciate you sending us an email telling us where you're watching from, and maybe say hi to a driver or someone here at the race. Got a few of them here. Watching live from Brazil, Florida Winter Tour 2016. It's amazing. She says, kisses to her boyfriend, Italio Silveria from JC Karting Racing. So Ellie Mail, 22, thanks so much for sending us a shout out there. Good luck, Ollie. We're watching in Sweden. That's from Grandma, Grandpa, Aunt Tess, Gabe, Nellie, and Elise. So that's one to Oliver Askew. Shout out to the D'Orlando brothers from Mom and to the entire team at Kuna USA. Sherry, thanks a bunch for watching. We will see you next weekend. We got one more here. Anthony Honeywell is a beast. Honey Badger does not play around. Kimberly Lobit, I agree with you. He does not play around. So we're getting ready to go now with Mini Rock B versus D. And don't worry, folks, we're going to make sure Chris calls most of the laps here for you so we get the right names out there. Reese Gold starts on pole with Alessandro De Tullio starting off pole. Rafael Camara starts third with Enrico De Luca in fourth. Justin White on the Bennick rolls fifth with Andrew Masel in sixth. Arias Duke, Medjin, and Justin Arsenault make up row four, while it's Felipe Bartz and Ashton Chilton rounding out the top 10. Ryan Rackley's going to roll out 11th with Sebastian Montoya in 12th. Anthony Willis from Arizona starts 13th, while Nicholas Pino starts 14th. Enzo Schianti rolls 15th with Miss Isabella Robusto in 16th. Donald Wharton starts 17th with Arturo Alcalade in 18th. And then starting 19th in the 157 will be Dino Lambros. And in 20th, the number 114 of Jack Jeffers. Reese Gold, Florida Winter Tour veteran, been racing for a long time down here in Florida, and every time the kid hits the track, he is always a threat. But Rafael Camara, no one to shake off either. And then how about Duke Medjin? They've been right there on the edge of it all weekend. Any heat race they go out, it could be their chance to just jump over the edge and crack the top five, race for a win here, Chris.
Yeah, Duke Medjin definitely one to look out for in this one. Of course, Reese Gold's going to look to just get a good start, check out, and leave it. That's his style. Of course, if he does find himself in traffic, you never have to worry about him being aggressive and going forward. He has great vision and pretty good racecraft as well here. In the tram lanes they go. Green flag in the air, and Gold's going to lead him down into turn number one. Looks like Kamara's going to slide through with him in second.
Yeah, he does a great job right there, Kamara does, of using that inside road to Spartan. We've just talked about it all weekend. I know I probably beat that horse to death a lot, and they're getting three wide nearly already. That's going to be Anthony Willis on the inside, making a fight for what's that position probably going to be. That's going to be to get inside the top 10. Ryan Rackley, Sebastian Montoya, all drivers that they are fighting against up there.
So Duke Medjin up into the third spot, actually, on the start. Willis was passing for fifth. So a good start for both of those two drivers, as a couple of them seem to have had a little bit of contact here. As we'll kind of hang out and see who did not make it around that time. Workers in turn number two still trying to get them sorted out. Leaders headed to that zone now. Still flying yellow flags, turn number two.
That should be De Tullio, I believe.
And if that's correct, that's pretty disappointing for the young man that started outside of row number one. Meanwhile, back up front, Reese Gold. Then it'll be Kamara, Duke Medjin. Your top three, and they are long gone, Tony Laporta.
Yeah, it looked like the two drivers, Chris, involved in that were the orange and black AM chassis, Alessandro De Tullio, and the 132 Bennica, Justin White. You really just hate to see races end that early for these young kids. Heck, you hate to see it end that early for any driver. Up front, though, this race still has a ways to go. 8 to go. Reese Gold goes purple that time by 48-6. Great lap there, but man, Rafael Camara right on Gold's back bumpers. They come out of the right-hander 2, now out of the double Fs 3 and 4. Camara is in the perfect spot right there to watch what Reese Gold does, get on the brakes just a little bit later, a little bit harder, and try to get a good run off the corner. Camara is there, and I think we're going to see a battle for the lead here before this race is over.
So Camara on the backside of Gold. Then it'll be a small gap. Then it'll be Duke Medjin, followed by Masel, Willis. After Rackley, it'll be Sebastian Montoya. That's your top 7 as they come down the front straightaway. You could see Reese Gold, right hand, top of the airbox, making a bit of Ryan Rackley. Right there on top of the red coupler. A smart driver here when it comes to the technical aspect for that young driver. You won't see a lot of guys try that. Kamara, though, purple last time by, and he is all over the back bumper now of Gold. Trying to rub the 155 stickers off the plastics. Through turn number 7 they come. Who's going to have the run? Gold kind of swings out wide just a little bit. Here comes Rafael Kamara now. Through the showcase and back to the front straightaway. Head down for Gold. Kamara with a run, and he's going to just push him. So Kamara playing it smart here, Tony Laporta. He's just going to continue to push him, try and pull away from the 190 at Duke Medjin.
Back-to-back green laps for Rafael Kamara. In fact, everybody in the top 5 that time, Chris, ran their best lap of the race. But as we continue to watch, anybody can just read Race Monitor all day. Let's tell you about what's going on out on the track right now. Reese Gold trying to keep that cart just a little bit tighter on the exit of those corners to keep Kamara from getting a run right off the exit. And as Chris, you would say, get a good exit.
Now, as you'll see him here on the front straightaway one more time. Kamara plus about a half a foot with a run. Just past the start-finish.
Exit shot.
Exit shot is where it's at, and Kamara definitely getting the better exit shot sign is when he makes contact with Gold, and they push off into turn number 1 once again. Now through 2, left-hander through, and you can see the back end of that Bennett cart starting to step out a little bit. That allows Kamara with more of a run now. Looks to the inside, nothing was there through 4, head to turn number 5.
Those switchbacks are where Kamara is so good right now, Chris. Right out of 3, the first left-hander up there at the top of the hill, and then all the way to about turn 7 right there. He has really got that chassis turning the way he wants it to. Reese Gold might have just a little bit of an advantage on the horsepower side of things. Out of 8, through that long back straightaway, through the sweeper, and then down the front straightaway here. But I'll tell you what, Kamara has got the inside part of this track working, and it shows as he goes purple again. 40.468 for Kamara versus Gold's 40.474. Kamara doing a great job. Gold had a really good run that time out of 3. I'm going to give him that one right there. But, man, Kamara back on him. Out of 4 through the right-hander 5. They head for 6. Rafael Kamara carrying so much speed through those tight infield corners, and that is where you've got to maximize your momentum. Anybody's engine can make a ton of speed down the straightaways, but if you can carry speed through a corner and maximize that rolling speed, Chris, that is going to be a big difference. They come down to see 3 to go, and again, great point, Chris, as you bring it up. Reese is able to just feather that intake a little bit. It helps him out there. He goes purple, 40.393 for Reese Gold, 3 laps to go.
Right now, the biggest difference I see comes down to the mechanical grip side of it. Reese Gold redefining the phrase, loose is fast on the edge, you're out of control. I think Kamara snugged up just a little bit more right now, chassis-wise, than Reese Gold. It's allowing Gold to get a better roll through the showcase turn. He's able to just kind of float it through there. However, it's helping Kamara everywhere else in these higher grip corners where you're trying to roll that speed, like you mentioned. He's able to get through there just a little bit better. Now to the bumper, into the showcase. Gold will separate about another 1.5 feet. Now to the front straightaway. Kamara's there, 2 to go. Kamara on the bumper. I think, honest to goodness right now, Tony Laporta, Kamara is just waiting for it.
I think he's in the best spot you can be right now. And then behind them, we're also keeping an eye on the battle for about 4th place. Anthony Willis has a lot of charge from Andrew Masel right behind him. Sebastian Montoya involved in that fight as well. 4th, 5th, and 6th, a battle we were watching last time by. But with a lap and a half to go, all eyes are on the front. And I agree with you, Chris. Kamara is just waiting for that right moment to pull the trigger. They're coming out to see the white flag. Question is it time to pull the trigger?
I think right now is when he's going to have to go. Off the showcase, look for Gold to go to the bottom here. And he does. He starts to bleed on over. Kamara going to stick it back to the outside. Side by side, it appears on your monitor. But Gold able to hold off there. Extends his gap by about 1.5 feet now through turn number 3 for the final circuit. Kamara with a run, though. Kamara to the outside. No. Oh, and I tell the kids every time, Tony, you're never going to go to the outside and pass.
Exactly. Gold trying to keep things tight through the switchbacks and keep Kamara from getting an inside run, but all that does is kill his momentum and help Kamara's over 7. Now out of 8 they go to the showcase one more time, and Gold is all the way to the inside defending. It's going to come to the final corner here. Does Kamara have the run? Does he have the speed? No, he does not. Gold scores the victory. Man, great defensive driving by Reese Gold right there.
We look at the rest of our rundown here. Rackley able to take advantage of Montoya and Willis's battle. It'll be Gold, Kamara, Duke Medjin, Masel, Rackley, your top 5. Montoya, Willis, your top 7.
Coming home in 8th place, it's going to be Enzo Schianti with Felipe Bartz in 9th. Ashton Chilton rounds out your top 10. That's going to be Justin Arsenault in 11th. Isabella Robusto, 12th. Donald Wharton, 13th. Nicholas Pino and Arturo Alcalade Your top 15. And unfortunately, Chris Wheeler is already out of here. But don't worry, folks. He will be back. I promise that. We will have someone who knows what's going on tell you about it today. He'll be back a little bit later, though. So that'll do it for Mini Rock Heat Racing this morning. They will break for lunch, and then we'll see them on a little bit later in the day. Coming up next are Shifter Rock Senior and Shifter Rock Masters category. Oliver Askew got a little bit of love from back home in Sweden. I'm sure he appreciates that. But he's not going to need any good luck wishes. The kid already has all the speed he needs. So that race coming up next, Shifter Rock Senior and Shifter Rock Masters. Folks, stick with us. We sure are happy you're spending some of your Saturday with us. And everybody here at Ocala Grand Prix, I hope you're enjoying the beautiful weather and the great racing as much as I am. We're going to be right back after this short break. Coming up next, Shifter Rock Senior and Shifter Rock Masters from OGP. So as you hear the glorious sound of rock shifter engines banging through the gears going down the front straightaway here at OGP, that means one thing and one thing only. It's time to go shifter racing. Austin Garrison and Oliver Askew, they're getting ready for an old-fashioned throwdown here in heat race number 2. Garrison, the hometown kid. Oliver Askew, the estranged former neighbor. Danny Formal starts third. Colin Daly from Jamaica starts fourth. As Gianfranco Mazzafaro in fifth with Juan Acosta rolling off in sixth. Nicholas Hargraves will start seventh with Cole Matthewson in eighth. Mayo Livingston and A.J. Myers make up the top 10. Christian Munoz will start 11th with Augusto Soto Shrippa in 12th. Dominic Legrand and Don Whittington start 13th and 14th. Then is Jason Alden and Tyler Gilbo starting 15th and 16th. In Rock Masters, we have Scott Davidson, Michelle Legrand, Victor Jimenez, Christian Bartz, and Farshad Bagheri. Bagheri on the TB cart this weekend. On the TB cart all the time. Farshad's going to get that thing hooked up and rolling here soon. Of that, I have no doubt. But up front, it's the fight we've all been waiting for, Austin Garrison and Oliver Askew. To be fair, the fight we've all been waiting for will come tomorrow afternoon in that main event. But this one, it's like an appetizer. It gets you a little taste, a little preview of what's to come. Window shopping, perhaps. Looking's free, but touching's gonna cost you. Oliver Askew, Austin Garrison, they get gridded up on the front row. The rest of the field finds their way to their respective grid boxes. Askew on the left-hand side of your screen in the Burrell. All these drivers mastering their shoulder workouts one more time right before they get going here as they roll their carts backwards. Yeah, you got to get those traps all warmed up here for a fast 12-lap race in the Rock Shifters. Nothing like having a sore rotator cuff after one of these shifter races. Chuck Yoder, Taylor Jocelyn, they say we're good to go. Cameron Egger goes visors down. We're waiting for the flag. Let's go, Rock Shifter Racing. Green flag is up, and it's down. Great start for the back, the third and fourth rows. They take off fast. Garrison and Askew go to work up at the front. They bang the gears through turn 2. Now they'll slow them back down for the left-handers. Turns 3 and 4. They head down the short chute. Askew jumping from the off pole to the front. Garrison sees bumper for the first time today. Askew leads them out of 6. Now they head for the tree, turn number 7. And then you got Danny Formal right on Garrison's back bumper as they come over the dog leg in 8, down the straightaway into turn 9. Askew with a little bit of a bobble on braking. The back end stepped out for just a half second down the front straightaway. We're 1 lap into it. As there you see Oliver Askew showing the way to Austin Garrison. Then it should be Danny Formal right there in third. And I want to confirm with my eyes. Yep, it's the Red Bull helmet of Colin Daly, the Jamaican, in fourth. Juan Acosta runs fifth. A.J. Myers up all the way from 10th to 6th in the opening lap. Myers had a fantastic run yesterday. Ended up having an issue with the steward's office later in the afternoon due to a discussion with a penalty. They ended up not reversing it. Myers being docked a few positions, I do believe. I'll find out the exact situation there. But Myers had a great run. Had a little bit of a blemish on it after a trip to the steward's office. But you know what? It's a new day, and that kid is hooked up right now. Myers on the American-made iCart chassis. And it's always awesome to see AJ and his dad out at the races, man. Mike's always testing and getting carts ready. If you're friends with Mike on Facebook, man, you know all about it. That guy's always preparing carts to go as fast as he and AJ can possibly go. Down the back straightaway, heading for turn 9 to complete lap number 3. Austin Garrison was quickest that time by with a 36-1. Now it's Askew, 35-8. Oliver laying him down. The gap, 0.2 of a second, P1 back to P2. Let's take a quick look really quick at our Shifter Masters field. Scott Davidson's your leader with Bart's about a 1.5 back. Michelle Legrand is third with Jimenez and Bagheri rounding out the field. This Ocala Grand Prix track, it's a short little bull ring as we've been talking about, man. And it is just an awesome joint to watch shifter carts fly around here. They have the back straightaway through turn 9 up to turn 2. It's a real fast section. And then you get into the switchbacks up there at the top of the track. And you really got to slow down. You're all over the gearbox through those corners before you let it rip again out of turn 7. So this track, it's a real combination. A little bit of fast, a little bit of slow, but a lot of technicality all around this place. The Duke Spine Institute bringing you the Rock Shifter Senior and Rock Shifter Masters field. There's a good look at turn 7 as our leaders come out of the tree turn, and they head for 8. Farther down the field, we're going to see Juan Acosta in 6th as Garrison goes purple. Again, the gap, 0.2. It's been where it's been all race so far. As we're working lap 6 now, they'll see 6 to go at the line at the halfway point. Boy, Garrison really doing a good job at keeping Oliver Askew right in front of him. They've got that seat jacked up nice and high. Garrison all over the wheel, man. He is digging in that thing. Danny Formal has lost the ground for these top 2 by quite a bit. Askew and Formal go green that time by, each laying down their best laps of the race. Askew a 35.7, Danny a 35.9, and then it's Garrison in the middle with a 35.8. Garrison doing a good job under braking, trying to close up back on Askew's back bumper. That's your top 3 right now. There you see the 4th on back battle. Colin Daly runs 4th, A.J. Myers 5th. Then it's Juan Acosta trying to keep Mayo Livingston behind him. Mazzafaro on the Burrell is 8th. Soto Shrippa is 9th. And then Matthewson in 10th. Cole Matthewson having a good run. A lot of Northeast drivers, man. The New York, the Connecticut, the Pennsylvania, the New Jersey drivers, all those cats up there, man, they travel so well. I know Marco Oldhofer and all the folks at the Gear Up Challenge are watching live, and they send their best. He always cheers on the Gear Up Challenge drivers and the Northeast shifter kart drivers that come here and race. Heck, one of them's running really well right now in 3rd spot, Danny Formal. I got to go up to the Northeast a few times last year and watch Danny race in insanely big stock Honda and ICC fields at the Gear Up Challenge. And Danny, man, that kid just knows how to hustle a shifter kart no matter where he is. Garrison, he knows how to hustle as well. The lead, nearly 1/10 of a second between Garrison and Askew. Austin doing a great job tracking his former teammate as they roll through the switchbacks, hammering on the gears. Mayo Livingston, meanwhile, has caught up to Juan Acosta. 1, 2, 3 right there heading into 7. There is 4th place. Colin Daly. Here comes 5th. A.J. Myers. 6th. Acosta. 7th. Livingston. And then 8th is going to be Mazzafaro on the Burrell. 9th should be Cole Matthewson. It is. And Shrippa runs in 10th. 3 to go now. 2 at the line. Garrison has lost a bit of ground to Askew. The lead now over 0.3 of a second. Askew's in the clear now, if you ask me. All he's got to do is make sure he gets home safely. Man, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, a log jam right there. That's going to be Cole Matthewson, Shrippa, Hargraves, Munoz, and Whittington. Don Whittington, man, he's pulling a lot of shifter gears lately. Talked about he was at the Challenge of the Americas 2 weeks ago in Tucson, Arizona, racing the stock moto package out there. He's here this weekend in Central Florida, racing the Rock Shifter program. Hey, when you love racing go-karts, you should do it a lot, and that's exactly what Don Whittington is doing. Our leaders have seen 2 to go, and yeah, Askew is just driving away now. You don't know if it's fatigue on Garrison's part or Askew's just coming into his stride, but the lead now nearly 0.8 of a second. At one point, it was barely 0.2 of a second, but Askew really just hitting all the sweet spots around OGP now as they're going to come out of the final corner to see the white flag flying. The lead from Askew back to Garrison, 0.9 of a second. Austin Garrison, you're racing for second now, my friend. Oliver Askew up in the front. There's a good shot of A.J. Myers and Mayo Livingston. Livingston getting around Juan Acosta in the last 2 laps. Costa back to 7th. Mazzafaro 8th. Matthewson and Hargraves rounding out your top 10. They make it through the switchbacks there. There's Askew through 7. He'll head for the dog leg. 8th. All Garrison can do is watch now. In to the final corner. Now out of the final corner. The checkered flag waves for Oliver Askew as he scores Rock Shifter Senior win number 2 on the weekend. Austin Garrison ends up 0.6 of a second back in P2, while Danny Formal rounds out the top 3. Colin Daly is 4th, and A.J. Myers rallies to a solid 5th place finish. Mayo Livingston was 6th, with Juan Acosta in 7th, Mazzafaro 8th, Matthewson 9th, and Nicholas Hargraves in 10th. Meanwhile, in the Rock Shifter Masters field, Scott Davidson holds on to a solid win of 3.5 seconds over Christian Bartz. And then it's LeGrand in 3rd, Jimenez 4th, and Farshad Bagheri. running out the field. Not sure what's going on with Farshad, man. Last year he had that TB cart hooked up and rolling, and I'm sure those guys with Farshad will get that cart figured out, and he'll be back up there racing for a win before the weekend is over. But it's Oliver Askew showing the way to Austin Garrison here at OGP. Danny Formal third, Daly fourth, and again, A.J. Myers running at your top 5. That is Shifter Rock Senior and Masters. Micro Rock drivers are on the grid now with Junior Rock to follow. And time flies when you're having fun out here, folks, and that's what we are having. The racing phenomenal this weekend here at the Ocala Grand Prix. The second round of the Rock Cup USA portion of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Don't forget our official media partner of the Florida Winter Tour and all Max Speed promoted events, motorsport.com. Download the app and keep up with all the motorsport news that your little heart could ever desire on motorsport.com. Check them out on the internet and find their app and download it. And don't forget to email us shout-outs to live@floridawintertour.com. Drivers, if you're here this weekend and your fan club couldn't make it, airfare was too expensive, or maybe the Howard Johnson was booked full, you can send your fans over to motorsport.com, have them click the TV button on the top, and they'll find today's live broadcast, and tell them to send us an email. Tell us where they're watching from. We're having a good time here in Ocala, Florida, folks. Stick with us. We'll be right back as we get ready for our Micro Rock Heat Race number 2 coming up next. So as you see a live look there at our Micro Rock drivers making their way around the track on what will now be their formation lap. This is our second to last heat race of the morning. We got Junior Rock coming up right after this one, and then it's time for my favorite class of the day. That's right, lunch. That's right, lunch. That is my favorite on-track session of the day. AM Racing Engines Micro Rock coming to you now. It's going to be Oliver Denny, who showed very well in qualifying yesterday afternoon. Nicholas Terlecki in the 88 starting second. Jeremy Fletcher will roll third with Brent Cruz in fourth. Connor Zilish and Miss Paige Crawford start sixth with Brandon Carr, Lucas Rodriguez, Freddie Slater, and Nikita Johnson, your top 10. This field had a hard time getting the green flag going yesterday. It took us 3 attempts. Let's see if they can get it this time by. They still look a little quick. I don't know if they're going to go. They do. Green flag flies, and we're off. Oliver Denny has a good battle with Terlecki on the outside, but he gets a shove from Jeremy Fletcher. They roll through turn 1, now into turn number 3. Denny's your leader. A lot of jostling and shuffling through the field, but it looks like everybody gets through the opening corners cleanly, and they do. This Micro Rock field gets a big old gold star for that opening lap. They come out of the switchbacks. Now they come through 6. They'll head for the tree turn, corner number 7, as Jeremy Fletcher goes to work on chasing down Oliver Denny, your pole sitter. Down the back straightaway, Connor Zilish trying to keep Terlecki behind him. It's a logjam. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 1 lap in, it's Denny. Then Zilish, Terlecki. Man, Fletcher's getting freight trained on the outside. He's going to go from 2nd all the way down to nearly 8th. It looks like when it's all said and done, Fletcher must have dropped a wheel or something coming out of the final corner and just got absolutely hosed coming down the front straightaway. There you see Terlecki give Connor Zilish a bit of a shot right there. In turn 4, Zilish keeps all 4 wheels in front of him. Oh, one kart gets run up on the back of by another driver coming into turn 4. Everybody's okay and rolling. But I'll tell you what, that does not do wonders to the exhaust pipe. Everybody gets the karts pointing in the right direction and takes off. Here comes our field down. Man, Denny is just checking out. Terlecki's going to take a look on the inside of Zilish. No, he's not, and because Terlecki stays in line, that allows the number 25 of Brandon Carr to attempt to make a move. It didn't stick. Now Carr has a challenge in the form of Brent Cruz right behind him. And these Micro Rock kids, man, they get so close together. They run nose to tail all around the track. And if you're not careful, you try to make one move on a guy. It doesn't work. Right by you. There goes 5 or 6 go-karts. There's a shot looking at the middle of turn number 9. Oliver Denny. He's okay with all these guys behind him, racing hard, getting side by side, playing patty cake. That's what he wants. If Oliver Denny can just stay out in front, stay clean, while the rest of the field gets side by side and races each other, man, that's good news for Denny. It's clear sailing for him. He just has to hit his marks, and he'll be looking at another heat race victory. After getting swapped from the pole back to the second row in yesterday's heat race, Denny was able to pick his way through traffic and drive back to the front before the checkers flew. Connor Zilish running in second. When you talk about micros, man, Connor Zilish's name always seems to come up. Terlecki, though, trying to bump Zilish back a spot. Let's see what the lap count looks like this time by. They'll see 6 to go at the line. And Chris Wheeler making his way back into the booth, and he gives us a big old thumbs up. It looks like lunch must be good. And Terlecki makes a move on Connor Zilish down in turn 1, and he makes the pass stick. Nicholas Terlecki up to second. That bumps Zilish now back to third. Brandon Carr in fourth. And that should be, I don't know if that's Cruz in fifth. Yes, it is. And he's also the quickest driver on track. Brent Cruz goes purple. 41 with a 5.16 on the back. Lucas Rodriguez 6th. Freddie Slater 7th. Paige Crawford doing a good job. Qualified in 6th. She's back to 8th now. And then Leonardo Yunkis 9th. And Emmo Fittipaldi. That's at your top 10, man. Oliver Denny is just driving away from this field. But he's got to watch out because he's got a hungry driver right behind him in the form of Nicholas Terlecki. Terlecki now the purple driver, 41.254. Terlecki, your quickest driver on the track. There they are. Second, Terlecki. Third, the bright blue and green cart of Connor Zilish. Then in fourth, it's going to be Brandon Carr with Brent Cruz, rounding out your top 5. Then 10th on back, a freight train as well. Nikita Johnson, Miguel Costa, Riker Mattis. With 4 to go at the line, Denny lays down his personal best lap of the race. And there goes Brent Cruz on the inside of Brandon Carr in turn number 1. Good move by Brent Cruz. Man, can he get Zilish? That'd be a heck of a run for Brent Cruz. He's got Zilish in his sights right now. Brandon Carr hanging with Brent, though, very well. Brandon Carr not letting Cruz get away at all. Brandon Carr on the Bennick chassis, glued right to Brent Cruz's back bumper. Brent Cruz, you wonder if there's any relation to Tom. There's not. The last names are spelled differently. I Googled it. Out of the final corner, they're going to see only 3 laps remaining here. And Zilish is starting to hear footsteps in the background. He comes all the way down to the inside to defend, but he doesn't come low enough because Brent Cruz throws it to the inside. He didn't have enough room to make it work. Oh, and Cruz runs wide on 2. That allows Brandon Carr back through for the 4th position. So Brent Cruz slips back to 5th where he's been most of the race. Brandon Carr now back to 4th. Zilish in 3rd. It's going to be Terlecki in 2nd, and they're all chasing the driver from the United Kingdom, Oliver Denny, up in front. Here they come down the back straightaway through the showcase turn. They'll see the sticks when they get to the other side. 8 down, 2 to go here. Oliver Denny, the lead, grows now to 1.2 seconds. Zilish continues to defend. And it was because Zilish went all the way down to the inside. That sparked a chain reaction last lap. Zilish goes down to defend, but he didn't go down far enough. Brent Cruz committed to a pass. It didn't work through 1. He washed up in 2. That allowed Brandon Carr to keep his momentum rolling. Went right by Brent Cruz on the inside, and that caused Cruz to just not only lose a spot, but a lot of ground as well. He's in 5th, and I don't know if he's going to have enough time to really crawl back up. Now we got Paige Crawford on our monitor. She's back up to 6th where she qualified. Great run for her, but she's got Emmo Fittipaldi right behind her. Paige Crawford just trying to come back where she started. 1 lap to go. Zilish down to the inside tram lane. He's got Brandon Carr about a half a cart length back as they head out of 1 now to 2. Up front, leader Oliver Denny still just cruising. Paige Crawford, meanwhile, trying to hold on to that 6th position. As Denny comes out of the switchbacks for the last time, he can set that thing for coast mode now. He's got 1 corner to go. Terlecki in 2nd. Zilish in 3rd. Brandon Carr 4th. Brent Cruz 5th. And then it looks like Crawford's going to lose at least 1 spot to Emmo Fittipaldi. Denny's your winner. Terlecki's 2nd. Zilish 3rd. Carr 4th. Brent Cruz 5th. And then at the line in 6th, it's going to be Pastrain in 6th. Crawford 7th. Nikita Johnson 8th. Emmo Fittipaldi slips to 9th. And then Leonardo Yukos ends up in 10th. Great racing there in our micro rock category. Miguel Costa comes home 11th with Anderson Leonard 12th. Riker Mattis 13th. Ernesto Bueno 14th. Frankie Iadavea brings that cart home in 15th. And Enzo, Mr. Iadavea, I appreciate you finding my credentials on the ground yesterday. And I would also very much appreciate getting those back from you. So I'll come see you later. Frankie did a good job bringing it home in 5th. Sebastian Guerra 16th. Ian Sebastian Leon 17th. Granger Para 18th. Pedro Caparelli 19th. And Jesse Caracueto comes home 20th. Good run, though, for Oliver Denny. Started out front, stayed up front, finished up front. He is your winner. Terlecki rallies to 2nd. Zilish 3rd. Carr 4th. Brent Cruz in 5th, and it's again Pastrain in 6th, Crawford in 7th, Johnson 8th, Fittipaldi 9th, and Yukos in that 10th position. So Micro Rock is done. We have 1 more heat race to go before we head to the lunch break. It's going to be Junior Rock drivers on the grid. We'll bring you that starting lineup here in just a moment. As our Junior Rock drivers, this is going to be a fantastic race. They're going to grid up and get ready to go wheel to wheel for 12 laps of heat racing coming up next.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
So it's time for our final heat race of the morning, and it is our Junior Rock Field brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Matias Ramirez drove very well in that first heat race yesterday. He will start on the pole position thanks to a great lap in qualifying. Tyler Gonzalez starts second with Michael and brother Nicholas D'Orlando in row number 2. I love an all D'Orlando second row, don't you, Chris?
I mean, definitely all D'Orlando second row is a great thing, personally. You know what I want? I want to see a front row right of the brothers. But, hey, it's still a good start. I'm really excited about this one and excited to see what gains the program is able to make moving into heat race number 2.
Matthew Latifi starts 5th with Ryan McDermott in 6th. Arias Duke Medjin will roll 7th with Anthony Zapponi in 8th. Pedro Lopez and Zachary Hollingshead round out your top 10. Then it's Nicholas Sanchez in 11th, Vincenzo Saracino in 12th. Jet Nolan out of PK Sports starts 13th with Michael Stevens in 14th. Gabriel Petrulli and Pedro Goulart start 15th and 16th. Then it's Jose Alvarado and Antonio Ciravalli 17th and 18th. Lachlan DiFrancesco and Joseph Galino round out your top 20, while Mark Donato and Willie Lambros start side by side in 21st and 22nd. Then bringing up the back, it's going to be Andres Karam and Max Hewitt.
You talk about the 230. Lachlan DiFrancesco just stepped outside. I had a few words with his father, Andy, filling me in on a former Florida Winter Tour graduate, Devlin, his Lachlan's older brother, racing cars over in Italy and Europe. So shout out to that, guys. He's watching. In the tram lanes we go. Green flag in the air. Matias Ramirez. Gonzalez going to lead him into turn number 1. Michael D'Orlando with a shove on Matias Ramirez. Clear. And there they come off turn number 3, 1 and 2. Gonzalez going to slide into the third spot, rather. Then it'll be Latifi. Then it'll be Nicholas D'Orlando. So that's your top 5 headed to turn number 4.
Man, what a great-looking start that was. For our Junior Rock drivers, honestly, I think that was the best start I've seen all weekend. They came up to speed perfectly. Both rows got a good jump off the flag, and that was a clean start. Most importantly, all drivers made it through the opening lap cleanly, it looks like. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. There's a few of them right there. Up front, D'Orlando is going to pull to the inside to take a look on Ramirez for the lead. D'Orlando wheel to wheel. Now he's out front. Michael D'Orlando showing the way to home track driver Matias Ramirez.
We've said it all weekend long. If you're going to beat a Matias Ramirez or a Kyle Kirkwood here at Ocala Grand Prix, you're going to have to try and do it early and then flat out street fight to the checkered. Off turn number 6, headed to turn number 7 now. Michael D'Orlando leads it. Headed down to the showcase turn this time. 2 carts, the separation between first and second through the showcase. Now to the front straightaway they go. A little look over the shoulder, and D'Orlando leads them into turn number 1 one more time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Chris. It is going to be a street fight because D'Orlando's got his work cut out for him big time here with a guy like Matias Ramirez right behind him.
Tyler Gonzalez, he goes purple, the 257 machine, 38.216. So last time by, fastest driver on the track in the 3rd spot, and we've talked about this, and I continue to praise this young man's talents because Tyler Gonzalez is a driver's name you will hear for many years to come. The age of that kid and just the sheer racecraft and then the kid goes into beast mode. Like, I cannot wait to see him next weekend in Mini-Max competition. Meanwhile, we did have a position swap here for the 4th spot. Nicholas D'Orlando did get around Matthew Latifi to take over 4th. Duke Medjin 6th. Lopes in the 7th spot. Out in front, D'Orlando continues to lead. However, Ramirez all over the back bumper of Michael D'Orlando, headed to turn number 7. Half a cart separates him this time.
Yeah, Ramirez doing a great job staying right on D'Orlando's back bumper. Man, you're just really impressed by the move Michael was able to make right there down in turn 1 on lap number 2. He knew he had to make the move early, and that's exactly what he went. Orsalon Racing, sponsored Junior Rock Racing, down into turn number 1. D'Orlando showing the way to Matias Ramirez. And as we talked about, Chris, all these races are about setting yourself up as well as possible for the pre-final, because how you run in that pre-final is how you start in tomorrow's final. Every step of this Florida Winter Tour Championship, a crucial one.
One thing to remember when you're racing Matias Ramirez here at Ocala Grand Prix, your traditional passing zones are not your only options. I had the honor and privilege of working with Matias several years ago in the Mini-Max category. We passed 18 go-karts in the final in Mini-Max, and not a one time did we do it down the front stretch into turn number 1. Passed everybody on the infield section. So this young man can get around this place probably with his eyes closed.
That would be impressive, but I wouldn't want to see it because it would make me nervous. Michael D'Orlando is starting to pull away as we check back a little bit farther. That's going to be younger brother Nicholas D'Orlando fighting with Matthew Latifi right there. Check on Race Monitor to see exactly where those two drivers run in the field.
They're running 4th and 5th. Currently, D'Orlando purple last time by 37.754. 37.754. 2/10 faster than your top three have gone the entire run. So the younger of the D'Orlando brothers showing the way on the speed charts, while older brother Michael shows the way on point here. Just past halfway into turn number 4. You can see Ramirez starting to kind of show the nose a little bit. So you got to wonder, is Matias Ramirez plotting his jump here? Here's the situation. Tyler Gonzalez is not going to back down for anybody. So if he gets the opportunity to strike here, because the top two start the battle, this one could get interesting. Cross the stripe one more time. D'Orlando runs his fastest lap of the race, 37.789. Joins little brother Nicholas in the 37.7 bracket. A lead of just 0.15 tenths of a second. Here comes Ramirez. Ramirez to the bottom in turn number 4. A beautiful textbook maneuver by Matias Ramirez, and I told you, Tony Laporta, he's going to do it in the infield when he does it.
Well, this is one of the best races I've seen so far this season, and this is awesome to watch two kids like Matias Ramirez and Michael D'Orlando go at it. And I wanted to say something, Chris. You're talking about Tyler Gonzalez. He's back there. He's watching. He's in the perfect position almost, in my opinion, but not because Matias Ramirez and Michael D'Orlando are going to wreck each other. It's because they're going to start battling, and that's going to allow it to become a three-cart fight.
Well, Gonzalez better check the mirrors, because here comes the 2:15 Nicholas D'Orlando in 4th. Goes purple, 37.490, 37.490. And that's got to be 2.5 tenths of a second faster than anybody else on the racetrack.
Yeah, Nicholas D'Orlando laying down a flyer right there on lap number 8. We're coming down to complete lap number 9. They'll see 3 to go at the stripe. Farther down the field, it's going to be Latifi in 5th, Duke Medjin 6th, Lopes 7th, McDermott 8th, Jet Nolan and Vincenzo Saracino are out the top 10. Nicholas D'Orlando on the inside of Gonzalez in 1, and he's through. Nicholas D'Orlando, he wants to make it a 1-2 for the D'Orlandos right now. It's a 2-3 as they run. Great pass right there. Nicholas D'Orlando getting around Tyler Gonzalez with only 2.5 laps remaining here, Chris.
You're looking at a high-speed game of chess when you talk about the top 4 drivers right here on track. Off turn number 7 they are. Ramirez with the exit shot. You can see the little bunny dry hump there from Michael D'Orlando. 2.5 carts separate them down the front straightaway. 2 to go. Sticks in the air. Ramirez goes purple. Check that. Nicholas D'Orlando once again the fastest man on the racetrack. 37.334. All drivers in the top 3 running their fastest laps of the race.
This is awesome to see Nicholas D'Orlando running so quickly out here, and it's got to be a big part of it, Chris. Like you talked about yesterday, the pairing back together of him and Adam Johnson, that's got to have a huge effect on the speed here.
This morning we arrived at the track. Everything was still covered in a little bit of moisture from the overnight weather. Adam Johnson and I went and got a little breakfast sandwich from the Gourmet Affair, and he says, man, Today I got to get him up there with his brother. Today we got to get him at least to run with him. And sure enough, not only are they running with him, they're running just a tick faster. One spot back on the track, but a little bit quicker on the time charts, rather. So we're half a lap away from this one being over. Ramirez, D'Orlando, Gonzalez, then Latifi. Latifi now to the backside of Tyler Gonzalez trying to put on a little bit of pressure.
Matias Ramirez brings him out of 6th. They'll head for the tree turn for the final time. There you see a nice shot high above the track here at OGP. Ramirez has got a big enough gap. I don't think D'Orlando is going to do anything crazy here. He does not. Coming out of the final corner, Ramirez is going to score the win in Junior Rock here in heat race number 2. Michael D'Orlando comes home 2nd. And how about the rally from little brother Nicholas D'Orlando? Tyler Gonzalez ends up 4th with Matt Latifi in 5th. Ryan McDermott had a heck of a race going on behind him as Vincenzo Saracino, Arias Duke Medjin, Gabriel Petrulli, and Pedro Lopes all fought to stay inside the top 10. Then from the PK Sports 10, it's Jet Nolan coming home 11th. Zachary Hollingshead 12th. Nicholas Sanchez 13th. Michael Stevens 14th. And Pedro Gouliart in 15th. Joseph Galino comes home 16th with Jose Alvarado 17th. Max Hewitt rallies very well to finish 18th once again after a miscue in qualifying. Anthony Zapponi 19th, and Andres Karam rounds out the top 20. That'll do it for this morning's heat races, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to tune back in here in a little bit. It should be just about an hour till we resume with our third round on the weekend of qualifying races. Those heats will come up right after the lunch break. We're scheduled to resume at about 1:20 Eastern Standard Time. 1:20 here in Florida. It's going to be about 12:20 if you're watching in the Midwest, 11:20 if you're Mountain Standard, and then 10:20 if you're on the West Coast. And if you're up watching us racing here in Florida right now on the West Coast, man, I sure appreciate it. We hope you are having a great day. So that'll do it for the morning program here in Ocala, folks. We're heading to lunch now, but please don't go anywhere. Go get yourself something to eat and tune back in live in just about an hour. 1:20 Eastern Standard Time is when we come back with round 3 of heat races. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. We will see you after lunch.
All right, we're here with Oliver Askew, factory pilot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Tropical Destination Ocala, Florida. We are having a great time. There's a live look at the track here at the Ocala Grand Prix, located oddly enough in Ocala, Florida. We are getting ready to kick things off one more time here this afternoon. We have got our third and final round of heat races. My name is Tony Laporta. We've got the one and only Chris Wheeler joining us in the booth. There's a live look at the starting grid underneath the Ocala Grand Prix awning here at OGP. That is your Masters Rock Field, Anthony Honeywell in the 677. Getting ready to bring him down for another heat race start here. Our heats this weekend are not progressive, meaning where you qualified yesterday afternoon is where these drivers will start each and every one of their heat races this weekend. Where you finish on those races base is where you start your pre-final, and where you finish in that pre-final is where you start the main event. There's Madeline Egger, Max Speed's very own jack of all trades, showing the 1 minute board. Oh, the wind almost caught it and took her for a ride there. Thankfully, she keeps both feet planted. Oh, and she tucks the 1 minute sign up behind the PK Sports banner. She's so clever. You'll notice the balloon is gone. Not sure how that affects the bet, but Madeline Egger is balloonless today. Thank you, Shelby Jocelyn, for these starting grids. It's going to be a magical day when you have the father-daughter team of Taylor and Shelby Jocelyn in the timing and scoring booth right next to you. Taylor Jocelyn always keeping things funky fresh with his dance moves here in the booth next to us. It's just a great day everywhere you look here at Ocala, Florida, whether it's our camaraderies in the timing and scoring booth, or whether it's the great field of competitors taking off out onto the track right now that make up our Masters Rock starting grid. Let's meet them. What do you say? Starting 11th on the inside of row number 6, it's Troy Trey Smith. Andres Salazar and Ryan Gordon start on row 5. Andres 10th, Ryan in 9th. Josh Martin rolls off 8th, while the 671 of Mark Julian starts inside row 4. Row 3 is made up of Drew Neubauer, while Andre Dewick lines up on the inside. Daniel Reiger in the 613 has been close all season. He's close again as he starts in 4th. Adam Pettit scored the Heat 1 win yesterday. He finished 2nd in Heat 2 this morning. He will start 3rd in Heat number 3. And on the front row, the 632 of Evandro Di Matteo starts off pole. And up front, it's the pole sitter from qualifying yesterday. He had mechanical issues in Heat number 1, finished 11th yesterday, scored the win in Heat 2 this morning. Starting on pole, it's the Praga number 677 of Anthony Honeywell. As our Masters Rock drivers make their way around the track on their formation lap, we're getting ready to go. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky. We're getting ready to kick things off here for the final round of heat races. And you never know who will walk into the timing and scoring booth here at Ocala Grand Prix. Sometimes it's the tall, bearded Andrew Campbell. He's stopped in to watch a little bit of Masters Rock racing. It's a good vantage point, but no matter where you're watching the racing from here at the Florida Winter Tour, folks, it's going to be a good seat because the racing never disappoints. Coming into the final corner, Anthony Honeywell's bringing them down nice and slow. A delicious cloud of two-stroke smoke slowly pushing its way around the track here. Honeywell's getting ready to kick things off for the third and final heat race of the day. Chuck Yoder's got him in the tram lanes. Folks, let's get ready to go heat racing. Green flag is going to fly, and that outside line broke down awful quick. Evandro Di Matteo had a bit of a hiccup there at the start. He's going to lose a few spots. Pettit shuffles up into 2nd. Honeywell brings them out of 3, down the short chute into 4. Honeywell keeps about a lane to the narrow side as they roll in now out of 4. They snake back to the right side to set up for turn 5, and then it's over into turn 6. They head for the tree turn. Speed starting to come up now, heat building in the tires. Honeywell brings them over the dogleg in turn 8, down the back straightaway through the showcase turn number 9. Lap 1 in the books, 1 down, 11 to go here. Honeywell ducking as he leads the way here. Pettit, he is trying to go 2 for 3 in heat race wins this weekend. The PCR driver was where he needed to be yesterday as Honeywell faltered due to a loose spark plug wire in the boot on lap number 1. That's what we're talking about. Electrical issues can sideline anybody. But not Anthony Honeywell. Not now. Not ever again if Kyle Kunze has his way. Pettit doing a good job hanging with Honeywell. Let's take a look at the lap times this time by Honeywell out in front. Takes a look over his left shoulder, puts the head down. Pettit follows suit. Daniel Reiger in fourth. He's doing the same, but Pettit, it works for the most as he goes purple. 38.666. Adam Pettit, your quickest driver on track. Honeywell, a 38.7. Pettit, a 38.6. Duick, a 38.8. And Reiger, a 39.1. So Daniel Reiger has a little bit of speed to find out there right now. We got one driver off. It's a Praga up against the backside of the tree. I want to say that's Drew Neubauer. We'll find out when they get there. Pettit's gap back from Honeywell last time by 1/10 of a second. Let's see what it is here. Pettit takes a strip of tape off the radiator. Now it's Reiger. I said he needed to find some speed, and he listened. Reiger, your quickest driver on track, 38.625. This is the Bordonia Racing Engines sponsored Masters Rock category. Your front three all closing in on each other, but Daniel Reiger, who runs fourth, is looking to make it a four-kart session up at the front here. Reiger a 38.6, Duick a 38.9, Pettit a 38.9, and Honeywell a 38.7. Ryan Gordon runs fifth, DiMatteo sixth, Smith seventh, Martin eighth, Julian ninth, and then no laps have been completed for Drew Neubauer and Andres Salazar. No change at the front, pretty evenly spaced out between the top four. Pettit, if he can come out of these heat races with a P1 and back-to-back P2 finishes, that is going to be a good day. That's going to be a good weekend of heat racing. I got to believe, I'm no mathematician, but that should set him up for an inside row one starting spot in the pre-final tomorrow. And the only reason Honeywell won't be up there is due to that 11th place finish. That is going to weigh him down so much in the overall average when the timing and scoring folks go together on the grids for the pre-final. Honeywell's 11th place, even up against two number ones, that 11th place just weighs him down so much. And if Pettit can just bring this thing home in second, man, he's going to be looking pretty good for the start of the pre-final tomorrow. Pettit goes purple, 38 with a 5 on the back. He's trying to reel in Honeywell right now. The gap less than half of a second from P1 back to P2. Duick is third, Reiger fourth, and then Ryan Gordon rounds out your top five. Thank you, Andrew Campbell. I appreciate that. So as we come down to see 6 to go, we've reached the halfway point in this race. Cam Egger will show him the crossed flags. 6 down, 6 to go. Pettit stays quick again, 38.4, 3.7, the PCR driver. Going to work on chasing down Honeywell on the Praga. Anthony Honeywell typically on the Fernando Alonso kart. We saw him last year at the Texas Lone Star Grand Prix the first weekend of March. He had a great run out there. Now he's on the Praga, powered by the Rok engine. And even though his tuner, Kyle Kunze, says he struggles with that Bridgestone tire package, to me, he looks like he's doing a fine job right now. The gap continues to shrink, though. 0.4 of a second last time by, but it's going to grow here, I have to imagine. Yeah, Honeywell goes purple. The lead stretches all the way out to 0.7. Honeywell did a great job, 38.243. Pettit a 38.9. So, yeah, that is not what the PCR driver needed. Meanwhile, there's the battle for third. Andre Duick has company in the form of Daniel Reiger. They head through turn 4 now into the switchbacks. They'll head for 5. Reiger takes a look on the inside, and just like that, he's through. But Duick looks back on the inside in 6. No, Reiger shuts the door on him. Good fight there for third spot. Reiger now has the spot. Duick falling back. They'll see 4 to go at the line here. There goes Honeywell. 38.5 for Honeywell, 38.5 for Pettit. The lead right at 0.7. Then a ways back, it's Reiger. There you see the pairing of Reiger and Andre Duick, P3, P4, and then running all by himself is the 6.69 of Ryan Gordon. Senior Rock's third and final heat race is coming up next, so Senior Rock drivers should be on the grid now. Your guys' 12-lap heat race is coming up. As this Masters Rock race nears to an end. Can't say enough. Anthony Honeywell, he's put together the pieces very well. With the exception of that first heat race yesterday, folks, this guy would be looking at a perfect score throughout the weekend. Makes you just want to dance sometimes. how good he's doing out there. There you see our leaders head through turns 3 and 4. What an awesome layout we have to race on here at Ocala Grand Prix. Plenty wide enough. That's the thing, man. George will tell you. He knows the track is short in length. So, man, he made it nice and wide. And no one will ever be able to say you can't pass here at OGP. Chris Wheeler, he'll be back in the booth with us in a little while. He was talking to us in the first round of heat races this morning about working with Matias Ramirez. I think he said something like they passed 18 karts in one race, and they didn't get one of those positions on a straightaway. It was all in the corners, and that tells you that this track just has plenty of passing opportunities, and that's always a great place to bring competitive action that the Florida Winter Tour brings to a track like OGP here. We kicked things off at Homestead last month. We're here at OGP this month in February, and then we will head to West Palm Beach to end things come March. White flag is going to fly here for Anthony Honeywell. There's Adam Pettit in second. White flag flies, letting these guys know 1 to go. Things have calmed down up front. The lead right at 0.8 of a second. Not much doing here for Adam Pettit, but you know what? He doesn't need to do a lot more right now. I have to imagine he's going to start the pre-final tomorrow morning on the pole position thanks to a win and 2 second-place finishes. Honeywell's going to have to come from probably the third row or the second or third row after in a dead last-place finish and then 2 wins. We'll see how the numbers all average out when it's all said and done. But Honeywell has driven very well as he brings it into the final corner for the second time this weekend. Honeywell comes off the last corner as your winner. The Honey Badger gets it done. He's 2 for 2 in heat race wins this afternoon. A good job for the Oklahoma driver. He picks up the victory. Pettit's going to come home second. That's a great weekend of heat races for the young man. A win on Friday and 2 second-place finishes on Saturday. Daniel Reiger had a good battle with Andre Duick at the end there. He ends up third, Duick fourth, and then Ryan Gordon rounds out your top 5. And then in sixth, we have off-pole starter Ivandro Di Matteo. Seventh was Josh Martin. Eighth was Troy Smith. Ninth, Mark Julian. And then Drew Neubauer and Andre Salazar not able to complete a lap. But we'll see them back in the pre-final. That is for sure. Coming up next, it is our Senior Rock third and final heat race of the day. Chris Wheeler, someone lost their watch earlier today. That's not yours, is it? Okay, good. If you lost your watch, we have a black Forester. Looks to be a Velcro strap. It's seen some hard times. So if you're missing your watch, come see us in timing and scoring. We have your timepiece. And if this is your watch and you're not necessarily upset about losing it, you know what you should do? You should go to Ritmo Mundo's website and get yourself a watch there.
You should. Ritmo Mundo.
Mundo.
The official timepiece of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour.
They're not just
Who's it brought to you by?
Fixie Wheels.
Well, I'm glad you passed your quiz here this morning, Tony Laporta.
All I do is study sponsor packets on airplanes, Chris. That's all I do. That and call races mediocrely, waiting for you to show up.
Well, I'm just getting ready here for some Rock Senior action.
He's back by popular demand, folks. Chris Wheeler ready to help us with the Senior Rock call. Chris, as you take a look at this starting grid here, who impresses you and who are you watching for in this thing?
Well, I like the triple-double deuce.
You always do.
Starting in ninth, there's Zach Holden. Only because I know how much work goes into that program. At the same time, if somebody drives around Kyle Kirkwood and checks out, they may win the race, but they will not pass Tech because he is that fast, and no man is going to beat him in this heat race.
No legal man is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Wow, that's a bold statement, Chris.
I had Cheerios this morning.
I had bacon. Let's take a look at the starting lineup here for our Senior Rock third heat race. You'll know the names. You should know what position they're in because they've been in the same position throughout all 3 of our heat races. Carlos Rodriguez Lopez starts 18th with Franco Carabeda in 17th. Row 8 sees Dario Cangelosi and Miss Julia Boos starting 16th and 15th. Sebastian Alvarez is going to roll off 14th, while Matthew Pasesh starts 13th. On row 6, it's Brandon Collins in 12th, and the 304 Tech Speed chassis, piloted by Olin Galley in 11th. Sterling Fairman rolls 10th, while Zach Holden in the triple-double deuce starts 9th. Zach Banks rolls off 8th, while the 369 of Dominic Tesoro will roll off 7th. Another one of the Tech Speed drivers, Elaine Sisdeli, will start this race in the 6th position, and Ryan Norberg for OTK USA starts 5th. Mauricio Hernandez will start 4th with the 324 PK Sports entry of Victor Franzoni starting 3rd. Your front row sees Luis Jose Forteza on the outside with Kyle Kirkwood in the 328 kicking things off in the pole. Those two drivers will turn them out when we get ready to go here. There you see your starting grid on the monitor right in front of you, just off to the left, the OGP awning. As drivers prepare to head out, Matty Yeager getting ready to show them the 1-minute board, it looks like here. 1 minute to go. What are these guys thinking about? What are they preparing for?
Well, there are 17 individuals thinking, okay, did we get it perfect this time? And there's one guy sitting there thinking, I doubt they got it good enough. And call a spade here, bud, but Kyle Kirkwood is on rails.
He certainly is, Chris.
He's trying. We had a little discussion, and you see him right there through our beautiful watermarked grid, and he has a goal. He's trying to sweep 2 weeks, and hopefully for his sake that happens.
Well, it'd be tough to bet against him. Obviously, when you're racing at the track that bears the same name as the front of your suit.
Better yet, if you've got Jonathan Koitek
Exactly.
with that perfectly manicured hair
Exactly.
and those truck stop aviators,
Wow.
if you've got that going for you,
The picture of a man.
every woman on the grounds here in Ocala and every woman watching at home as Matt Yeager
Splits the grid.
splits the grid here. They all want to know more about Jonathan Koitek. The man is a mystery. Meanwhile, senior drivers starting to warm it up here. Tony Laporta, if you have to pick somebody other than Kyle Kirkwood, who do you think is going to pull this one out?
Man, you give me all the hard questions. I like that. Forteza obviously didn't get to the off-pole starting position by accident. Luis Jose Forteza starts off-pole on that comp card. He's someone I think you have to watch. But, man, if you reference that last heat race we saw this morning, Ryan Norberg was on rails, and he kept laying down purple lap after purple lap. I think Norberg's someone Kirkwood seriously needs to be worried about.
So if you look at the starting grid, who do you think will pass the most carts and get the hard charger?
That's a fantastic question, honestly. Normally I'd say the Tech Speed, Olin Galley, but they've kind of have been having a hard time finding the setup, it looks like, out here at OGP. Zach Holden and Zach Banks have both been fast. I don't know. What do you think on that?
Triple-double deuce.
I figured you might say that. I figured you might.
People can call me one-sided, but
I think they have.
it's okay. You called me worse today.
I'm sure they will. Let's get ready to go Senior Rock Racing here, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't even made a single rock and roll pun yet this weekend, but it's still early. Kyle Kirkwood and Luis Jose Forteza got them all lined up 2 by 2, nice and tight as the field enters the showcase turn on their formation lap. They're waiting to enter the tram lanes. Waiting to see that green flag. Those tram lanes are where the drivers must stay single file until the green flag flies. If their wheels are out of those tram lanes, penalties are assessed. There you see the 2 sets of lines right there. Drivers need to stay in those lines. Kirkwood brings him down very nice and slow. Boy, Forteza got a very good jump. He stays even, but that inside line freight trains him as they head up through turn 2. The chicane 1-2 drivers go off-roading. Talk to Scott Gordonier about buying your UTV wheels if you're going to be in the grass that much. Kirkwood, however, he's up front, and, man, all he wants to do is stay there. Everybody that was involved in that turn 2 skirmish off and rolling cleanly now. It's the bright orange helmet of Kyle Kirkwood out in front, and then that should be Victor Franzoni in the 324. Right behind him, the PK Sports livery as they come out of the final corner to complete the opening lap, and I think the triple-double deuce, Chris, is already moving up.
Yeah, good start there for a lot of drivers in the mid-pack moving forward. Meanwhile, out in front, it's Kyle Kirkwood. Kirkwood, 6 carts separating him over Franzoni, who was able to slide into that second start after starting inside of row number 2 as they head through turn number 4. Now setting up left-right combinations through turn number 5. Now again to the left-hander at 6. You could cover the top 4 with a blanket. Franzoni to the outside as Kirkwood's going to block, but that's going to open up a door here. Norberg through. Forteza liking to go with him. No. So Franzoni racing in the mirrors. Here comes Tesoro now. Tesoro trying to hang with Forteza through turn number 1. Nothing there. So Kirkwood, for the first time in 2.5 days of racing action, felt pressure from somebody. They didn't actually throw a slider. They weren't able to actually pass him, but he at least felt them and knew there was somebody else on the racetrack.
Dominic Tesoro doing a great job on that CRG chassis, Chris. I'll tell you what, I know Tony Tesoro would be very happy. He works on all kinds of different karts throughout the year, but he'll always tell you he enjoys working on those black chassis, the CRGs, almost more than anything else. And young Dominic Tesoro is representing the CRG brand very well. Another lap in the books. Kirkwood stays fast. 37.265 as they come up through turn 3. They enter the switchbacks now. They head for 4, 5, and 6. Good nose-tail racing all over the pack. Outside of the top 5, you have Sisdelli in 6th. Galley, the Tech Speed teammates, running 6th and 7th. Zach Holden 8th. Zach Banks 9th. Sterling Fairman rounds out your top 10. Meanwhile, up front between Kirkwood and Norberg, the gap last time by 0.4 of a second. Beautiful shot right there. Kirkwood is just so smooth on that steering wheel.
Kirkwood out here on a Saturday drive. In fact, he had one hand off the wheel, just kind of kicked back, relaxed with his feet up that time by. So Kirkwood looking like the Iceman that he is.
Special note about Kyle Kirkwood, his girlfriend will be performing the national anthem tomorrow, I understand. That's what investigative reporting is called.
What's LCQ stand for? Meanwhile, out front, Kyle Kirkwood leads it by 10 kart lengths now over Ryan Norberg. Through the showcase one more time. Here they come down the front straightaway. A beautiful view from high above Ocala Grand Prix here. That's Kyle Kirkwood. It's rolling on down the road. He goes purple again, 37.187. We've got about a 187 situation here on the entire field. Ryan Norberg running second, 37.300. Forteza, 37.306. Franzoni, 37.390. Tesoro, 37.653.
There's a good shot of your top 5. Then it's Tesoro and the Tech Speed drivers, followed up by Zach Holden, Zach Banks, and Brandon Collins. Then it's Fairman, Pasesh, Julia Booth. She's running well. She's up from her 15th starting spot to 13th. I think Cangelosi runs 14th. Hernandez runs 15th. Not a good run for him. The 314 has fallen about 11 positions. He started this race in the 4th spot, and he's all the way down to 15th currently. Franco Carabeta, 16th. Rodriguez Lopez, 17th. And then Sebastian Alvarez also having a tough go of it. He runs 18th after starting this race, 4 spots up in the 14th position. Our leaders come around now to see 5 laps remaining in this senior rock race.
So you watch there, Franzoni up out of the seat that time down the front straightaway, trying to peel some tape off the old radiator. Getting her a bit toasty here. Meanwhile, if you just look at Kyle Kirkwood, it's kind of like racing the ghost car in a video game on pro level.
Exactly.
Does not make a mistake. Smooth as glass. One more time.
There's a good shot of Dominic Tesoro with his Tech Speed partners behind him, Alain Sisdelli and Allen Galley right there. There's Galley right behind Alain Sisdelli as they're chasing down Dominic Tesoro. Tesoro's sitting well right now in that 5th position after starting this race in 7th. So Dominic making the, I believe he's the only, is he the only CRG in the field right now? I think he is.
Yeah, I believe so.
As I scroll down, he is. As far if Race Monitor is correct, which when you have the likes of Shelby Jocelyn running it, Race Monitor is usually always correct. And Race Monitor shows me he's the only CRG in the field. She's too busy working. She can't hear my fake compliment.
She has selective hearing. That's why she wears the official shirt. Down into turn number 1 goes Kyle Kirkwood. Long gone with about three or so to go here in Ocala.
The lead from Kirkwood back to Norberg, 1.1 second. And then Forteza starting in that off-pole spot. He's going to end up third, it looks like, when this thing's all said and done. He's close to Norberg, not close enough. The gap between Norberg and Forteza, about 0.4 of a second. And then Franzoni right there as well. Norberg, Forteza, Franzoni, they're all close. But really, this late in the race, as they come down to C2 to go, Chris, I don't see much happening between second, third, and fourth.
No, Tony, I think you're right. In fact, this one's kind of caused a little bit of a yawn sesh here in the old broadcast booth.
When you're here, Chris, it's never a yawn sesh.
Well, a little bit of action a little bit further back in the pack. 3 wide into turn number 1. They're all going to make it out clean and green. Meanwhile, your leaders continue to just kind of sit there. Nobody's making a real big move at it. And that just tells me a lot of these guys are getting everything they've got out of their machines.
Yep. Yes, sir. I believe they have got the chassis figured out as best they can for tomorrow's pre-final and final. The white flag flies, 1 lap remaining for our Senior Rock competitors this afternoon. Once this race is completed, they will be done for the day before they prepare for the Florida Winter Tour Max Speed Welcome Dinner going on tonight. Scheduled to take off, I think, about 4:30 is what time that'll be getting kicked off and running into the evening. So if you've had a good time watching these Senior Rock drivers, make sure you come by the dinner tonight and tell them you enjoyed watching them. Tell Kyle Kirkwood he drives Ocala Grand Prix impressively as he scores his 3rd heat race win on the weekend. Kirkwood drives to an impressive 0.8 of a second win over Ryan Norberg. Off-pole starter Luis Jose Forteza brings the comp cart home in 3rd. Victor Franzoni. He said he thought he had something for Kirkwood this morning, Chris. He ends up 4th. We'll see where he starts the pre-final tomorrow. Dominic DeSordo brings the only CRG in the field home to 5th. And then Tech Speed teammates, Sistelli and Galley, end up P6 and P7. Zach Holden will be 8th. Zach Banks, 9th. And then Sterling Fairman, 10th. Pasesh was 11th. Hernandez, 12th. Julia Boost, 13th. Cara Beta, 14th. And then Collins, 15th. That will end Senior Rock competition for the afternoon. Chris, but don't worry. We still got tons of great racing coming up, man.
Yeah, we've got a couple mini rock heat races headed your way next. We're going to jet on out of here for a little station identification. For Tony Laporta, I'm Chris Wheeler. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. On your screen now, you see Mini Rog Heat A versus D lineup. On the pole, the 174 Tyler Maxson. Outside, row number 1, the 116 of Alessandro De Tullio. Row 2, Jack Crawford, Enrique De Luca. Row 3, Luca Mars and Andrew Masel. 7th and 8th, Derek Carminante, Justin Arsenault. 9th and 10th, Devin Gomez and Ashton Chilton. 11th and 12th, Diego Contecha and Sebastian Montoya. 13th, 14th, Yusuf Mullah, Nicholas Pino, Santiago Trisney, Isabella Robusto, Gunnar Bischoff, Arturo Alcalde, Santiago Juarez, Jack Jeffers, and Ali Yankowski. Going to round out your 21 kart field. Now, Tony Laporta, we've seen some awesome racing this weekend here in the Mini Rock division.
We have, and we're also watching a live look at this grid as James Agozi is running around and shaking all of his competitors' hands, and he's not even in this race, Chris. You just saw him a second ago there running around up and down the rock banners right there, shaking Tyler Maxson's hand, and the kids behind him, that would be Jack Crawford. He's just having a great time, man. Almost as great of a time as I'm having right now. And, hey, we want to say hi to Andy Saisman for watching live.
We do. Andy has been checking in with us. You know, he's been doing a great job just suggesting different things for us to try here in the booth. You got to love a guy that's been racing since Noah's Ark time, giving us all that types of advice and encouragement, and really appreciate it.
I agree. It's been great knowing that Andy's tuning in and watching live. We're watching live, too, as our drivers leave the grid area and make their way around for their out lap. They'll make their way past the start-finish line to start their formation lap. And as Chris Wheeler walked you through that grid, Tyler Max and Alessandro De Tullio will turn them out here in a moment. Jack Crawford starts third with Enrico De Luca. In fourth, Luca Mars fifth, and Andrew Masel sixth. And then seventh is Derek Carminante. Justin Arsenault with Ben Cooper Racing starts eighth. Devin Gomez and Ashton Chilton round out your top 10. So we're getting ready to go Mini Rock Racing, A versus D, loaded group here. That A versus C one we watched earlier, Chris, was a really stacked field.
It was, and in fact, another thing that happened earlier on, we just got a little message here from Jennifer Mars, Luca's mom. She's here on the property and reminding us that her son's name is Luca, not Caleb, because you screwed that one up earlier, Tony.
And he drives the 188, not the 118. Jennifer, we sure appreciate your active participation as a member of our viewing audience this afternoon. The field makes their way down the back straightaway and into the final corner as we pull up race monitor and get ready to go here. Alessandro De Tullio on the outside. Tyler Maxson on the inside. He's covering that air intake just a little bit as they come around, building pressure. Here they come. They're going to be awful quick when they get there. Cameron Egger gives them the green flag. We're racing. Couple bumps and shoves midway through the pack on back. Wow, De Tullio lost a lot of ground on the outside there as they head into turn one. Maxson brings them through turn number 3 as they head for the switchbacks now. Fight for the lead down in turn 4. Maxson looks like he's able to hold on to it, Chris, but, man, not for too long.
So Luca Mars, the man on the move early, gets around Crawford. Looks like he's going to bring Carminante with him off turn number 6. Now to turn number 7 they go. Maxson out in front. Luca Mars, Carminante, then Crawford. That's your top 4 on a breakaway. First time through the showcase.
Opening lap complete here as it's Maxson up in front and the one and only Luca Mars. Now he pulls out to look for the lead. Mars is there and he's through. Luca Mars to the front as we have a few slow drivers. This pack is going to run up on here quickly, but it's Maxson now back to second as Luca Mars gets by him, and Derek Carminante in the mix as well. They come out of 4. Wow, they swung really wide out of turn 4, and they are about to run up on some lap traffic here. Josh Huff is in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. Josh, Andy says hi. Here comes our leaders, Luca Mars, Derek Carminante, Jack Crawford, Tyler Maxson, and the whole gang. That lap traffic will play a role in this one, folks. He's not going to get out of the way in time. Here comes The 134 of Derek Carminante along on the inside of Mars in turn 1. He's through. Carminante to the point.
So Carminante leads it now. Headed it through turn number 3. Now to turn number 4. Lap traffic not a problem any longer. Not where, what happened? Did that driver find a secret passage out there? I'm not sure what's going on. Meanwhile, through turn number 7 they are. There's your leaders in view. Carminante, Mars with a gap over Maxon and Crawford. On the front straightaway one more time. Carminante going to start that turn in a little bit earlier than normal. Gets down there to the bottom. Luca Mars on that back bumper like white on rice. Through turn number 4. Mars to the bottom. Luca Mars, clean and green to the lead. Here comes Tyler Maxon now, the Bennick teammates of Derek Carminante. Through turn number 7. Setting themselves up for the showcase.
You saw that, the double helmet tap. Mars showed it to Derek Carminante. Carminante showed it to Maxon. And then Carminante goes with the old head fake, throws it to the inside in 9. Carminante to the lead. He brings, looks like that's going to be Maxon with him. That drops Luca Mars back to 3rd into the clutches of Jack Crawford. Wow, Luca Mars all over Tyler Maxon's back bumper as they head to 4. Does Mars take a look? Yes, he does. He's on the inside, and he's through. Luca Mars now back into 2nd. All this only benefits Derek Carminante, though, as he's able to slowly drive away, also making his way back up to the front after an off start. You're going to see that black and orange A&M Racing chassis of Alessandro De Tullio as he works his way now back inside the top 5. He runs 4th. Here comes the field. It's Carminante, Mars, Maxon. Does Maxon take a look in 1? No. Mars defends well.
So Mars splits up Team Bennick here. Trying to get back to the back bumper. Derek Carminante, he was our points leader, leaving Homestead Karting last month. Put on a brilliant weekend in the Mini Rock division. Now you see him through turn number 6. 5 carts separate your 1st and 2nd drivers. Maxon to the back bumper still of Luca Mars. The head towards the showcase corner. Then it will be De Tullio, Crawford, Chilton, Masel. Down the start finish one more time. Derek Carminante looking to be in somewhat of control here. In the last 2 laps, Tony Laporta, nobody's been able to close in on your leader.
Yeah, Carminante is running a great race right now. Tyler Maxon started this race on pole, led early. And, boy, once Luca Mars got up there and shook things up with a pass on the inside of turn 1 several laps ago, it's been a free-for-all. The real big beneficiary of it, of course, has been Derek Carminante. He's out in front now. Last time by the lead, 0.3 of a second, despite Mars being the quickest driver on track. Mars on that flow yellow comp cart chassis in between the 2 blue Bennecks. Let's take a look at the gap now. It stays at 0.3 of a second. And Tyler Maxon continues to wear out the rear bumper of Luca Mars's comp cart. Man, Maxon's front bumper has not left Luca Mars's back bumper this entire race. He's going to shove that kid to a new track record if he has anything to say about it. All they're trying to do, though, is catch up to Derek Carminante. Our field makes their way out of the switchbacks through the tree turn, now over turn 8. They'll make their way to the stripe to see the sticks, 2 to go. Now, pass for 2nd. Mars leaves the door open, and Tyler Maxon steps on through to the other side. Maxon up to 2nd, but Mars is going to battle back. Maxon defends slightly. Mars stays in line, thinks better of it, and all of this continues to only help Derek Carminante. Maxon able to get the pass for 2nd while also laying down the quickest lap of the race, 40.493. We got a lap and a half to go.
So Maxon going for the stuffed crust pizza move there in the showcase. Up on the curb, doing a little rim riding, and that got him a purple lap time on Race Monitor. Down towards the showcase, and Maxon's closed the gap here. Tyler Maxon's closed up on Derek Carminante. White flag in the air. One more time for your leaders down into turn number 1. It's going to be Carminante, and he's going to be busy with Tyler Maxon. Maxon wants this heat race. Turn number 2. Now to turn number 3 they go. off the left-hander, Tony Laporta. There they are into turn number 4.
A little bit farther back, Andrew Mason and Jack Crawford are going to work on the 116 of Alessandro De Tullio. But up front, there's a fight for the lead. Carminante defending hard against Tyler Maxson out of the switchbacks. They head for the tree turn. Number 7, Carminante defends well. Maxson looking for one last chance as they head to 9. No, Carminante walks them all the way down to the grass. They're going to be wheel to wheel as they come out at 9. Maxson, Carminante, side by side. Maxson gets him.
So Maxson with the bump and run here in the final corner. He's going to get the position. That one was wild, Tony Laporta.
Tyler Maxson timed it perfectly, rode on Carminante's back bumper all the way till the absolute last second as they rolled through turn 9. He pulled the trigger and got the spot. Great run for your pole sitter, Tyler Maxson, to start up front and then finish up front. Derek Carminante, he can't be too upset in that run. Maybe just the finishing position as he comes home second. Luke Amar's good run for him as well in third. Then it's Crawford 5th, Andrew Masel 6th, Devin Gomez 7th, Justin Arsenault, Diego Contagia, and Sebastian Montoya are not your top 10. Then it's Chiltz, De Tullio in 4th, Jack in 11th, Pino in 12th, Jankowski up to 13th. Santiago Tristi, 14th, Yusuf Mula rounds out your top 15. And A versus D, Chris, that was a humdinger one.
Yeah, that one was a really good race there. You're able to see 3 different drivers battle it out, 3 different drivers lead throughout the endurance of the event. Didn't get anybody's name wrong, and there's only a couple carts to go pick up. So, looks pretty good. So stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with your next on-track group.
So we're back, getting ready for the second half of our Mini Rock Heat Race doubleheader here. On track now, it's B versus C. And just like that, you see a starting grid. Wow, we have a great producer here. Reese Gold and Matias Morgado will lead them around on this formation lap here. Rafael Camara will start third with Caleb Bacon in the 1-1-8 in fourth. Justin White starts fifth with James Agozi. I'm sure he shook everyone's hand before they rolled out. He rolls sixth. Arias Duke Medjan starts seventh with Jason Wellage on the top cart in eighth. Felipe Bartz on the 124 will start ninth with Valeria Vargas in the 10th position. Ryan Rackley on the 131 starts 11th with William Robusto piloting the 122 from 12th place. Arizona's Anthony Willis will start 13th with Andres Castro in 14th. Enzo Schianti and Ryan Detlor make up row 8, while it's Donald Wharton and Alejandro Cirillo in row 9. Rounding out our 20-cart grid will be Dino Lambros on the inside of row 10 and the 111 of Jordan Menge in 20th position. Reese Gold, Matias Morgado, Camara, and Bacon. Those names and more coming down. Green flag is not going to fly. These Mini Rock drivers keep bringing it in just a little hot, a little muy caliente for our officials' liking. So we're going to go around one more time here, Chris. And it looks like we have a driver off, as we are pointed out right there. Not sure who that is. We will go to work on finding out that driver. So the field makes their way out of turn 5, right there into turn 6. Great shot from our helicopter. That's the old Bridgestone blimp high above the sky here at Ocala Grand Prix. A look at the tree turn, and then they'll head over turn number 8 underneath Old Glory, the American flag right there in turn 9. And then we're getting ready to see a green flag when they get to the other side of that corner, folks. It's going to be Reese Gold and Matias Morgado bringing them down for their second attempt at the green flag here. Gold, Morgado up front. What do you say, boys? Let's go racing this time. We're waiting to see a green flag from Cameron Egger. Do we get it? Yes, we do. Green flag in the air, and Gold brings them down. Matias Morgado does his best job possible to hang on the outside there. He gets shuffled back only to third. That moves Rafael Camara up to the second spot. Couple carts running wide there as they roll through turn 3. They head through the switchbacks now. Everybody fans out nice and wide. I need to get through this opening lap, and then we have an announcement from our steward's office that I desperately do need to make for Tim Hannon and the steward's staff. But as they come down, it's going to be Matias Morgado just trying to get back to the front of the pack here. Reese Gold brings them down out of the final corner. Lap 1 in the books. Matias Morgado going to work with Rafael Camara and the rest of the field here. Quickly, we do need a few drivers to the steward's office. I need driver of the 632 and the 675. Again, drivers of the 632 and the 675 to the steward's office.
Also, that time by the 114 of Jack Jeffers. Not a rolled black flag, not a mechanical black flag, Tony. The flat-out black flag on your first lap. So the 114 getting called off the racetrack. Meanwhile, back up in front, the battle is hot. Morgado. Gold, 1-2. Morgado takes the lead and goes purple by 0.3 of a second on the lap time. Lead is less than 1/10 of a second. Those ahead to turn number 4.
Boy, those front 4 are all over each other right now, Chris, and we just saw it on your monitor. A great look of Matias Morgado getting around Reese Gold for the lead down there in the final corner. Morgado set up a beautiful pass and executed it very well. Now Reese Gold sees the bumper of Matias Morgado's energy cart right up in front of him. Gold wants to take a look. No, he doesn't. Stays in line, bides his time. As they come down the front straightaway, what does Gold do here? He's got a ton of speed. Does he pull out and make a move? No. Reese Gold does a very good job of just holding his water and staying behind Matias Morgado. Chris, I have to imagine, obviously, he just wants to work on making a bit of a gap between he and Morgado and the rest of the field here.
Right now, they head to turn number 5. A change of position. That's going to be Camara around Agozi. So the top 4 cover him with a blanket. Headed to turn number 7. Out in front, it's still Matias Morgado, Reese Gold. Then it'll be Camara, Agozi, Jason Wellage, the Lone Ranger here on the top cart in Mini Rock, doing a fantastic job running in the top 5. You see the hand over the airbox for Reese Gold again, and he is just trying to push away.
The 101 of Kamara slapping the side of his head, telling Agozi, let's hook up and work together. If Agozi agrees, he's going to start shoving Kamara up towards the front here. It's basically 2 small packs right here, 2 carts up front, 2 carts running 3rd and 4th. As that driver who went off is still working on getting that chain, it looks like, back on their cart. Persistence, Chris.
Never give up, kids. Never give up. Through turn number 7, Matias Morgato leads Reese Gold in the ticketclinic.com Bennick Special. Down the front straightaway, hand over the airbox, Gold. He's just kind of waiting. I think that Gold here has the faster cart, even though Kamara went purple that time by.
I do too. I think Reese Gold is doing a good job of biding his time right now, and he knows this pack style of racing that the rules put us in here with mini rock categories. He doesn't want to make a move right now and get stepped on, meaning that if he goes for a pass, it doesn't work out. He just doesn't lose that one position he was going for. He loses the next 2 spots because he's got Kamara and Agozi hot on his trail. So Reese Gold wants to push Morgado out in front, get a nice little gap going, and then inside of 2 laps to go, I imagine that's when he wants to go to work. A little bit farther down the field, Chris talked about Jason Welledge, the Lone Ranger, on the top cart. Then it's Duke Medjan on the 190 running 6th. Robusto is in 7th. Felipe Bart's 8th. Justin White on the 132. Bennick runs 9th. And then Valeria Vargas runs out your top 10. Schianti, Castro, Warden, Willis, and Cirillo are your top 15. But, Chris, those front 4 are not backing off of each other at all here.
Definitely not. Morgado has actually opened up a 3-cart advantage now over Reese Gold. So Gold looks like he may have gone for it. Lost a little bit of ground, but here they come back down the front stretch. Gold, not even worried about it. Morgado goes purple, 40.358. 40.358. About a half a tenth faster than anybody else has gone. At least faster than what Reese Gold has done. But just like that, back on top of one another again. Gold on the back of Morgado. It'll be 2 to go at the stripe.
And as we watch these top 2 battle, Chris, that fight for 3rd not slowing down at all either. Rafael Kamara, you just saw his bumper there for a moment. He runs 3rd, and then James Agozi not far behind. Well, Agozi has lost a little bit of ground from the last time I saw him. He runs 4th, and then Welledge continues to round out that top 5. Reese Gold, now, this is what I think. He's not made as big of a gap as I think he would have liked, but he's made a small gap, and he's got to get ready to make his move now. There are less than 2 laps to go. He's got Morgado in front of him. He's got him where he wants him. I agree with you that Gold has the faster cart between the 2 of them, but if Reese still isn't careful here, he can lose 3rd and, heck, maybe even 4th spot to Kamara and Agozi. As they come out of the switchbacks, they head for the tree turn. Now they head to the final corner. Morgado leads. Gold in 2nd. Kamara 3rd, and Agozi. They see the white flag flying. And I'll be honest with you, Chris, I think Morgado has strategized this race pretty well.
We will know in just a few moments. Gold on the backside of Morgado to turn number 3. Nothing there. Gold looking to the bottom, and he's done it. Reese Gold back to the point. Gold going to run up the corner. Kamara's going to get in the fight. Kamara crossing over here with Morgado. Here comes Agozi. The top 4 cover him with a blanket, headed to the showcase. Do we see another bump and run? How about a break check? Here comes James Agozi. Agozi to 3rd. Agozi looking to 2nd. No. Wow. Reese Gold wins it. Morgado, Agozi, Kamara, and Welledge. Tony Laporta, I cannot wait till we go final racing tomorrow.
Kamara just threw his hands up in the air as they came across the finish line because he knew he was in the catbird seat, and then he ends up behind 3 other go-karts. He literally, if you watch the replay, just put both hands in the air like, well, that didn't go the way I wanted it to. But it's all right. Rafael and the rest of these kids will be back tomorrow for their pre-final and final. And this is our class, Chris, that we have an LCQ coming up a little bit later on in this afternoon. And just like that, Chris Wheeler, unfortunately, leaves the booth. But don't worry, folks. Your text messages are being read. He will be back soon enough. I promise you that. Reese Gold holds him off. with a late race pass for the win. Matias Morgado ends up second. Agozi third, Rafael Kamara fourth, and then Jason Wellich in fifth. Duke Medjin is sixth, Robusto seventh, Vargas eighth, Bart's ninth, and then Justin White rounds out your top 10. Enzo Schianti finishes 11th with Andres Castro in 12th, Anthony Willis 13th, Donald Wharton 14th, and Alejandro Cirillo in 15th. It's Rackley, Detlor, Lambros, Menge, and Bacon, the remainder of your field. Mini Rock, B versus C is done. A few of those kids, we're going to see them later in the LCQ later on this afternoon. Coming up next, we should have our Shifter Rock and Shifter Rock Masters final. Oh, there we go. That's a good-looking shot of the grid right there. Austin Garrison, he's got his hands inside his helmet, getting ready mentally, preparing. There you see Oliver Askew. Looks like he's listening to a little bit of music. He's got the old head bobbing. Danny Formal, I saw him walk in with a box of pizza back during the lunch break. He said he's got one for me. I just gotta find him later. He said he's got one for me. I trust him. Outside of Formal, you have Colin Daly starting fourth, Gianfranco Mazzafaro fifth, Juan Acosta sixth, Nicholas Hargraves seventh, Cole Matthewson eighth, Mayo Livingston ninth, and A.J. Myers. There's a good shot of the Jamaican Colin Daly. The Floridian Oliver Askew. Hope Penny's watching at home. Penny, if you are, why aren't you here? That's right, Andy Saisman. Maddie Egger is on camera as our chief steward, Madeline Egger. You saw her carrying around the birthday balloon yesterday, coming up on her sweet 16 here in only a couple of weeks. We're getting ready to go Rock, Shifter, Senior, and Shifter Master Racing. You wonder what Danny Formal has, man. The kid's a shifter race. He dominates nearly every time he gets into a shifter cart, especially that Rock engine program. Like I said, I've been able to go up to the Northeast to watch Danny run in the ICC, run in the stock moto. He's fast everywhere he goes. But, boy, at OGP, it is not wise to bet against Austin Garrison. Coming up, we got a standing start. And if you were here yesterday, that means you got to see race director Chuck Yoder as he took part in the standing start. He had a little bit of slippage. Somebody must have put a little bit of popcorn down, got a little bit of butter on the front straightaway because old Chuck took a dive there on the inside tram lane when we were trying to get our shifters gridded up yesterday. Obviously, you never want to see anybody fall at a go-kart race, but when they do, boy, is it funny. And when it's someone like Chuck Yoder, it's side-splitting funny. It's so funny, you think you might die laughing. Chuck Yoder fell so hard, we almost thought he died yesterday. But it's okay. His pacemaker was not injured. He is all right. And there's a look at your starting grid for our Rock Shifter Senior and Rock Shifter Master field. For Shad Bagheri, going to start 21st in the Masters field. Christian Bartz, Victor Jimenez, Michelle LeGrand, and Scott Davidson are all Masters competitors. And then starting in the senior category, Tyler Gilboa, Danny Formal's teammate, starts 16th. Jason Alden, don't call him Aldine, starts 15th. Don Whittington and Dominic LeGrand line up side by side. And then it's Augusto Soto Sharippa in 12th, Christian Munoz in 11th. A.J. Myers on the iCart starts 10th with Mayo Livingston, a very proper sounding name, in 9th. Cole Matthewson on the TB cart will start 8th. Nicholas Hargraves will fire off from the 7th position on the grid. Juan Acosta in the 411 starts 6th with Gianfranco Mazzafaro in 5th. Colin Daly rolls 4th with Danny Formal in 3rd. And then Oliver Askew on the off pole with Austin Garrison starting in P1. Now let's keep our eyes on Chuck Yoder and make sure he stays on both feet as he puts the shifters in their box here. Drivers filing into their starting boxes here. See Chuck Yoder, the gentleman with the ball cap, putting our drivers into their grid spots he's our chief race director. We got one driver, that should be Alden waving his hands. Taylor Jocelyn, chief dance instructor here at Max Speed. He's helping getting these drivers gridded up. Everybody looks okay. Alden's needing a little bit of help to get pushed into his box. All motors are running. Doesn't look like anybody's going to stall out. The smoke builds on the front straightaway. Folks, you need to get somewhere where you can see this because we're about to go shifter racing for the last time today. Chuck Yoder says we're good at the back. Cameron Egger goes visors down. Green flag rises in the air, and it falls, and we're racing. One driver does not get away from the pack. He finally gets it in gear. Danny Formal flies from the inside of row number 2 up into the second position, but Garrison this time able to hold off the Floridian Oliver Askew. Heck, Garrison's a Floridian too, but it's Austin able to hold on to that lead. If you remember in heat race number 2 this morning, Oliver got a great jump from the outside of row number 1, picked up the lead, but it's Garrison holding on to that top spot. Danny Formal on the DR cart in second, and then it's Askew in third, and then it should be Daly in fourth. They come down to complete the opening lap. Garrison, Formal, Askew, Daly. Juan Acosta in fifth, Mathewson, Myers, Mazzafaro, Hargraves, and Livingston. Now Oliver Askew goes to work on Danny Formal as they head to the switchbacks. They come out of 4. Now the right-hander 5. Askew right on Danny Formal's back bumper. Formal wants to make a move on Garrison. He looks reserved. Danny Formal looks very good aboard his DR cart right now. Very close to Garrison's backside as they come into the final corner. Lap number 2 in the books. Garrison has something to worry about in his name. Is going to be Danny Formal. Formal took a look on the inside of 1 there. No, not close enough yet. But Formal has something for Garrison, I think, as they come through the short chute. In now out of 4. They head for the right-hander 5. Garrison taking a slight defensive line on exit. That's going to help Formal close the gap as they head for 6. Now to the tree turn. Garrison, Formal, Askew, Daly, your front 4. And in 5th, it's Acosta. Mathewson runs 6th. Here comes the lead pack down one more time. Danny Formal makes an adjustment. Cups the air intake just slightly. Boy, I'll tell you what, I think Danny Formal's got something for Austin Garrison just the way he's running right now. He seems very relaxed aboard that DR cart. Don Gilbo with DRT Racing, the team leader over there. They've done a great job giving Danny fast carts throughout the last couple of years, and Danny aboard 1 rocket ship right now. He's trying to chase down Chubb or Austin Garrison. 2 things Austin Garrison knows how to do, folks. Drive go-karts and catch fish. Make sure you're watching Race Monitor, because they're bringing you all the best live timing. Heck, you can even watch and listen to the race on your Race Monitor app this weekend. Garrison working hard to keep Danny Formal and Oliver Askew behind him. Boy, Garrison looks strong, but I still think Formal's got something for him here. As they come into the showcase one more time, they'll see 7 to go as we near the halfway point of this 12-lap heat. Garrison takes a look over his left shoulder to see Formal. The gap last time by 1/10 of a second. Danny, your quickest driver on the track, a 35 with a 9 on the back. Formal laying him down right now. He stays hot on Garrison's trail. They head for the switchbacks. Out of 4, now the right-hander 5. Garrison looks solid, but so does Formal. Oliver Askew sitting back and biding his time. Colin Daly, meanwhile, in 4th, a ways back. Mathewson on the TB cart runs 5th. Then it's a storm of drivers behind him. Acosta, Myers, Mazzafaro, Hargraves, and Munoz. A little bit farther back, how about in Shifter Rock Masters? It's going to be Victor Jimenez, I believe, leading the way in that category. Jimenez leading the way. Michelle Legrand in 2nd. Bagari up to 3rd. They finally got the Gremlins with Rashad's cart worked out, it looks like, as he runs 3rd. Christian Bart's 4th, and then no time for Scott Davidson. He must add a mechanical on the opening lap as we look for him. Your front 3, though, still very close to each other. As we've reached the halfway point, it'll be 5 to go. Now, Formal to the inside. Garrison chops the nose. But that lets Garrison know that Formal is coming. Danny puts his head down. Good time for the pass there. But it just wasn't. He just didn't get on the brakes hard enough. And Austin carried so much speed on entry through that corner. This one is not over yet, I will tell you that. Danny Formal looking very good on the Danilo Rossi chassis right now. Askew, he's just sitting back there licking his chops. He just wants a chance to get in the middle of this deal. And if Formal makes another attempt like that, Askew might be in the middle of this. They come down to see 4 to go at the line. Garrison's lead's going to grow this time after Formal's pass attempt goes south, 0.2 of a second between Austin and Danny. Then it's Askew in third, Daly fourth, Mathewson on the TB fifth, Acosta, the iCart driver, AJ Myers in seventh, Mazzafaro on the Burrell in eighth, Munoz ninth, and Nicholas Hargraves 10th. Leaders come out of turn 6 now. They head for the tree turn. Hopefully Danny did not use up everything he had. I don't think he did, but time right now is not on his side. Formal hard on the brakes into 9. The gap last time by, 2/10. Let's see what it is here. It shrinks slightly, 0.200. The gap from P1 back to P2. The Duke Spine Institute bringing you our Rock Shifter Senior and Rock Shifter Masters action this weekend. Danny Formal pushing hard, just trying to get back to Austin Garrison's back bumper. Askew, uncharacteristically, starting to fall from the top 2 here. Wow, he's almost got mechanical issues. He lost a ton of speed on the exit of 8 right there. Askew's got problems. He's losing a lot of speed on the exit of the corners here. Not sure what it is, but this is now a 2-dog fight. As Garrison goes purple, the lead grows to over 0.2 of a second from him to Formal. In Shifter Masters, it's still Jimenez, LeGrand, and Bartz, the top 3. Danny, right on. Garrison's back bumper. They head for 7, the tree turn. Not many drivers here this weekend know this track better than Austin Garrison. Danny Formal thinks he's got something for him, though. So good under braking as they come into 9. Formal only has 9 corners left to make something happen. White flag flies. Garrison takes him into 1. High, wide, and handsome. Formal up against the curbs as he tries to make something happen. We got an air box off on one of the carts, it sounds like. Nobody up in the top 4, at least not that I can tell. Garrison, only a few corners left to defend against Formal. Danny's going to have to use up everything he's got in 9 if he wants something, or he's going to have the run of his life off 8. He's not going to be close enough. Hard on the brakes, but it's not enough. Out of the final corner, Austin Garrison wins it. In Rock Shifter Senior, Formal comes home second. Was it Askew? Possibly Danny Formal's airbox coming off is what we're being told now by our crack production and spotting team here in the luxury suites high above Ocala Grand Prix. But no matter whose airbox it was, Austin Garrison scores the win. Danny Formal ends up second. Oliver Askew about 1.2 seconds back in third. Jamaican Colin Daly fourth. And it's Cole Mathewson in 5th. Juan Acosta 6th. AJ Myers 7th. Christian Munoz 8th. Gianfranco Mazzafaro 9th. And Mayo Livingston in 10th. And then in Rock Shifter Masters, Michelle Legrand gets Jimenez on the final lap. Bart's 3rd, but Gary 4th. And folks, if you think I know where all these carts finished just off the top of my head, you're wrong. If it weren't for the amazing app of Race Monitor, I wouldn't know where any of these drivers finished in this race at all. I'm not pulling these names out of my hat. I'm reading them off of my iPhone screen. Rock Shifter Senior and Master is done for the day. They're going to take it to the barn. We'll see them tomorrow for their pre-final. We got 2 heat races left. Micro Rock is getting ready to leave the grid now, and then we have Junior Rock. And don't forget about that awesome LCQ we're going to have for Mini Rock later once these heat races are done. We're going to pause for station identification. Stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. All right, folks, we're getting ready for our second to last heat race of the day. Micro Rock, man, the time just flies when you're having fun, and that's what we're having here in Ocala, Florida. We got one driver off in the grass here right past track entry. Not sure the number. They are going to attend to that driver right now and see if they can get him back on the track. It's not looking good, as the driver may be climbing out here in a moment. Let's take a look at your starting grid here. Oliver Denny drove very well in qualifying back on Friday afternoon. He was able to pick up the pole position with a very fast lap time. Nicholas Terlecki in the number 88 Burrell starts second with Jeremy Fletcher on the Tony kart in third. Brent Cruz starts fourth with Connor Zilish in fifth. Young Miss Paige Crawford is going to start this race in sixth. Keep your eye on her, not just because she's got a bright pink custom duct tape front bumper, folks, but because she's fast and she can make her way up this field. So keep an eye on Paige. She knows how to drive that cart to the front. Brandon Carr will start seventh. Lucas Rodriguez will roll eighth. Freddie Slater ninth, and Nikita Johnson rounds out your top 10. Then it's Cost in 11th, Fittipaldi 12th, Juncos in 13th, Guerra in 14th, and Caparelli rounding out your top 15. So we're getting ready to drop the flag here on our penultimate heat race of the day. Cameron Egger, what do you say we go racing, buddy? Green flag in the air once again, and they take off down to turn number one. There's a good live look at the grid as they fly through the opening couple of corners here. We'll see how they sort themselves out. Oliver Denny doing his best to make sure he holds on to that top spot. They make their way out of turn four through the switchbacks, the 5-6 combination through the trees. It's like you're racing at a state park here in Ocala, Florida. Denny brings them out of turn 7 over the dogleg in 8th, and they'll head for the showcase turn to complete lap number 1. Denny, your pole sitter, is your leader. We'll see how they shake out this time by one lap in. It's Denny up front, Jeremy Fletcher in second, Zilish in third, and then that's going to be Terlecki in fourth. Yellow flag flying in 1. We got a driver off in the chicane, it looks like. Yellow flags flying at the entries to turn 1 and turn 2. They're moving that driver off the track. Oliver Denny's going to run up on lap traffic here before too long. And is that Paige Crawford? Oh, no, it is. I can tell her by that bright pink bumper. I guess that's what I get for talking a good game about a driver I know. Oh, that is terrible. Yep, that's Paige Crawford involved in a lap 2 incident. You hate to see that. So she's going to work on just logging laps here and staying as high up in the running order as possible. Here comes Denny, Fletcher, Zilish, Terlecki. Does Terlecki take a look in 1? No, stays in line. Then it's Brent Cruz running at your top 5. Since it's a heat race, they're not going to black flag Paige. When it gets to the pre-final and finals tomorrow, because these races have world championship tickets on the line, they will black flag lap traffic. But today in the heats, it will be only a blue and yellow being shown to lap traffic. Denny coming out of turn 6. Jeremy Fletcher going to work on him hard right now, trying to find a way around the Bennett driver from England. Jeremy Fletcher, the Floridian, on the Tony kart with Team Felon. They come down the front straightaway here. It's a quick 10-lapper for our youngest drivers this weekend. Oliver Denny goes purple that time by 41 with a 5 on the back. Micro Rock Racing, some of the most exciting you'll see here this weekend. The fence line along the front straightaway full of eager spectators. You'll pay for the whole seat here at the Florida Winter Tour, but you'll only need the edge, folks, because that's how good the racing is. Paige Crawford now has started to fall as a lapped cart to that lead group of drivers. That's going to shake things up. It's separated the top 3. Here comes Zilish and Cruz. They're going to get by her heading down into turn number 9. This is good for Paige, though. If she can get behind some of these faster drivers and really follow them and go to work and mimic their lines and do what they're doing, that will help her immensely when we get to the pre-final tomorrow. You hate to see it, though, for Paige because she had a technical issue post-race in heat number 1 yesterday. Had a great run in 7th this morning in heat 2, but is not going to have a good result here in heat number 3. Up and down weekend for sure for Paige here in Ocala. Meanwhile, the pack makes their way through the switchbacks here. Beautiful day in Ocala, Florida. Not a cloud in the sky. Oliver Denny, man, he doesn't care what the weather's like as long as he's up front. Should have a battle for second going on right now. Terlecki and Fletcher going wheel to wheel as they come down the straightaway. Fletcher makes it work again on the high side, but Terlecki is not done yet. As you see the whole field fly down the front straightaway into a very fast, long arcing turn number 1. Cameron Egger shows him the crossed flags, letting him know halfway home. Zilish and Brent Cruz are having a good fight as well in turn 4 for that, what should be the 5th position. No, that's going to be for 4th. Brent Cruz holds 4th currently, and then it's Zilish in the bright green helmet running 5th aboard the number 72. Here comes leader on the Bennick, Oliver Denny. Last time by a 41.248. He's the quickest driver on the track. Jeremy Fletcher has something to say about it, though. But he's too busy dealing with Nicholas Terlecki. Again, Denny, your quickest driver on the track. He goes purple. 41 with a 1.37 behind it. Fletcher, Terlecki, Brent Cruz, and Zilish, your top 5. Farther down the running order, we see Brandon Carr in 6th. Nikita Johnson, 7th. Fittipaldi, 8th. Juncos, 9th. And Ernesto Bueno in 10th. The fight for second as they come into the tree turn, slowing down just a little bit now. Terlecki has gotten around Fletcher and has a bit of a gap on him. I'd say 5 cart lengths at least as they come into the final corner. They see 3 to go here at the line. Danny takes a look over his right shoulder. I've been taking notes. Most drivers are looking over their left shoulder as they go down the front straightaway here at Ocala this weekend. Denny breaking the mold. He's trying to set a trend. Looks over the right shoulder. It's interesting. That's going to be put into the stats this week, I can tell you that. Connor Zilish running in 5th after a good fight with Brent Cruz. But not much going. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th drivers have all kind of calmed down. Fletcher doing his best to reel Terlecki back in here as they head for the tree turn. But Terlecki's sitting pretty. And then Brent Cruz has spaced himself out from Zilish as well. Not much of a battle going on anywhere in the top 5. But don't worry, there's the battle. 6th, 7th, and 8th. I knew we'd find one. Brandon Carr, Nikita Johnson, and Emo Fittipaldi. Carr now has a challenge in the form of number 7, Nikita Johnson. Johnson on the inside, pulls up along. They talk about it for a minute, and Carr says, nope, I'm keeping the spot. Brandon Carr holding on to 6th spot. Nikita Johnson, though, wants a piece of the action. Fittipaldi watching it as well in 8th. Then Juncos, Leandro Nucos in 9th, and Ernesto Bueno in 10th. Cameron Egger now reaching for his crisp, tied clean white flag, letting these drivers know 1 to go. And Denny is going to be the first to see it. He wants to be the first one to see the checkered flag as well. He's got his helmet down. The gap, that time at the line, 0.6 of a second. Denny doing a good job at just driving his race right now. That was the theme of the weekend in Homestead last month. Drive your race. Don't spend time looking behind you. Don't worry about what they're doing behind you. If they're going to catch you, they'll catch you. Drive your race. And we saw a lot of drivers, unfortunately, give away positions when they didn't follow that philosophy. Oliver Denny is not going to be one of those drivers as he comes off the dog leg. He heads for the showcase one more time, scoring the win in Micro Rock on his way to a perfect weekend. It is the 43 of Oliver Denny. Terlecki rallies for 2nd, then it's Fletcher in 3rd, Cruz 4th, Zilish 5th, and then how about that fight for 6th? It's going to go to Nikita Johnson. Nikita Johnson and Emo Fittipaldi both clear Brandon Carr on the final circuit around OGP. Anderson Leonard 9th, Ernesto Bueno 10th, Lucas Rodriguez 11th, Pastrain 12th, Juncos 13th, Cirillo 14th, and Caparelli in 15th. So that will do it as we round out our top 20. It's Costa 16th, Para 17th, Aya de Vea 18th, Baker and Trull the top 20. Good race there in Micro Rock, folks. One more heat race to go. Man, the day is just moving along. We got Junior Rock on the grid getting set to go, and then we'll, I believe, take a short break and then be ready with our Mini Rock LCQ. And just like that, it's time for an early dinner. And then y'all can get down to Volusia and watch World of Outlaws. When you're done racing here, you got to go race some more, okay? That is what the name of the game is. Oliver Denny scores the win in Micro Rock. We will be right back with our last heat race of the day, Junior Rock on grid, getting ready to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ocala, Florida, the Ocala Grand Prix. We are high above. I'm Chris Wheeler. Joining me, the man, the myth, the living forehead, Tony Laporta. Junior Rock Heat Race number 3 coming your way.
I feel like you're joining me.
Well,
I feel like that's how it's working today, man.
well, I'm going off of our fan poll.
Well, believe me, I haven't looked at the fan poll because I don't want to have to drink this afternoon.
So, on the front row, how about a pair of Ocala Grand Prix's finest? On the pole, the 258, Matias Ramirez. On the outside of row number 1, the 257, Tyler Gonzalez. Row number 2, the brothers D. Orlando, Michael and Nicholas. Row number 3, Matthew Latifi, Ryan McDermott. 7 and 8 will be Duke Medjin, Zapponi. 9 and 10, Lopez Hollingshead. 11th, 12th, Sanchez Saraceno. 13th, 14th, Nolan and Stevens. Paturli and Goulart, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th will be Alvarado and Saravalli. DiFrancesco, Galliano, Donato, Lambros, Karam, Hewitt. That is your 24-cart field here for Junior Rock Heat Race number 3. And Tony Laporta.
Are you ready to rock and roll, Chris Wheeler?
God, I thought you were going to make it through a whole day without some cheesy line like rock and roll.
We're ready to rock and roll here at the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Chris Wheeler, I know you're ready to rock.
There's some really cool stuff. Actually, Juan Pablo Montoya said he's going to have an autograph session at the Team Montoya pits here in just a little bit. So if you're on the grounds, please make your way over. All former diecast hats, T-shirts, and anything in the middle. So JPM going to bless us all with an autograph session. So looking out for the karting community. Can't thank him enough. Representing his Team Montoya program.
What a great offer.
The guy's one of the kindest I've ever met.
Good thing is he doesn't know about it yet. We're going to go notify him right now that he just agreed to an autograph session. That's right, Juan Pablo Montoya doing an autograph session as he's over in the timing and scoring section of the trailer. We'll tell you more about that autograph session in a little while. We're obviously having a lot of fun because Juan's in the tower with us. He's coming over to call this race with me. Matias Ramirez and Tyler Gonzalez are going to bring him down to see the green flag here. Michael D'Orlando and brother Nicholas, don't call me Michael, D'Orlando starts 4th. Matthew Latifi and Ryan McDermott are 5th and 6th. 7th will be Arias Duke Medjin. 8th, Anthony Zappone, Pedro Lopez, and Zachary Hollingshead round out your top 10. But you already knew that because Chris Wheeler has been telling you all day. The drivers make their way to complete the outlap, and now they head to start their formation lap. Bunch of celebrities hanging out here in the timing and scoring building high above Ocala Grand Prix. But now it's time for the final heat race of the afternoon. Junior Rock, this class brought to you by Orsalon Racing. At least that's what my screen says. Matias Ramirez, Tyler Gonzalez, Michael D'Orlando, Nicholas D'Orlando. A bunch of big hitters here in Junior Rock getting ready to get jiggy with it one more time as they make their way through the tree turn and head for the dog leg. Chris Wheeler's got his empty water bottle, so now we can go the distance as the field gets tightened up 2 by 2. They'll look for the the showcase turn.
So, Tony Laporta, some key things that we saw in the last junior heat race. D'Orlando, Michael, that is, tried to set attack here to Matias Ramirez and lead early. It worked until about 3 or 4 to go. Matias Ramirez was able to get back in the front and win that race. Nicholas D'Orlando was the fastest man on the racetrack. Who's going to have what for who? Green, green, green at a turn number 1.
They take off flying to that first section of the track, a very fast and very flat left-handed turn 1. They hit the turn 2 chicane before they set up for the switchbacks. Everybody does a good job, it looks like, of making it through as you see a live shot from the Bridgestone blimp above the track here at Ocala Grand Prix looking down of the switchbacks. Turns 4, 5, now they head for 6. They set up for the tree turn, corner number 7. Matias Ramirez brings them through, now over the dog leg in 8. They set up for the showcase, turn number 9. When they get to the other side, 1 lap will be completed, but 11 more to go. Ramirez, your leader. Michael D'Orlando hot on his trail. D'Orlando pulls to the inside in 1. He's alongside. He's out in front. Michael D'Orlando to the lead.
So D'Orlando leads him off turn number 3. Ramirez about a cart and a half back. Then it's a pretty decent gap. That'll be to Tyler Gonzalez. So Gonzalez in the third spot. Duke Medjin in 4 trying to hold off a hard-charging Matthew Latifi. So Latifi in the Sofina Foods Tony cart on the back of Duke Medjin here. Then it'll be Nicholas D'Orlando. Top 6 all pretty close together as they head down through the showcase. Ramirez has gotten back around Michael D'Orlando. So D'Orlando finds himself in a bit of a sandwich, but here comes D'Orlando again in turn number 1.
And it works for the second time. Michael D'Orlando Jr. gets the lead back 2 laps in a row in turn 1.
Heading out of turn number 4, Gonzalez on the backside of Ramirez. So Tyler Gonzalez, is he going to play teammate and sit in line, or is he just going to start going for it? What do you think, Tony? What will the young man do?
Tyler Gonzalez is going for it right now. He's going to get on Ramirez's back bumper and give him a run for his money, and this is really going to shake things up as they head to 9. Gonzalez wants to take a look, but not close enough.
You want to talk about shaking things up right now? It's a Kuna USA driver. Michael D'Orlando out in front. 2 Ocala Grand Prix drivers, 2nd and 3rd.
Easy for you to say.
But now, Nicholas D'Orlando, purple, 37.830. 37.830, the only driver in the 37-second bracket into P number 4. Now to the back bumper, Tyler Gonzalez. It was a 2-on-1 OGP Kuna USA battle. Call it even 2 versus 2 with the top 4s ahead to the showcase one more time.
Another lap in the books here. It's going to be D'Orlando out front, OGP drivers. Matias Ramirez and Tyler Gonzalez right behind him. And there's little brother, Nicholas D'Orlando.
So Ramirez went purple for about a click. Then it was Nicholas D'Orlando one more time, 37.731. Now the top 4 all in the 37-second bracket, as the top 4 definitely the class of the field so far here. It'll be 7 to go at the stripe this time. Tony Laporta, what do you think is going to be the outcome of this one?
Boy, I don't know. D'Orlando's driving great right now, Chris, and he drove great in Homestead last month. He's been in this junior category. It's his sophomore season, and he's just gotten it figured out. I mean, everywhere we've gone, he's been super fast, and more importantly, he's been super consistent. Michael's a hard driver to bet against right now, but just as I say that, Ramirez sucks right up to the back bumper and takes a look. Meanwhile, Nicholas D'Orlando goes from 4th to 3rd. Matias Ramirez finds himself deep in a D'Orlando sandwich.
D'Orlando sandwich for sure. Gonzalez now in the back of Nicholas D'Orlando through turn number 4. Looking for the right-hander at turn number 5. Now, turn 6, left-hander back to set up for the tree corner. One of the most important corners. Get that exit shot here at Ocala Grand Prix. The head down out of the showcase. Nicholas D'Orlando starts to separate himself from Tyler Gonzalez. D'Orlando's gone purple 3 laps in a row. Now on the front stretch they go. Heads down. Michael D'Orlando purple. Then it was Nicholas. Now Matthew Latifi, 37.546. All sorts of stuff going on here.
Boy, this is the stuff nightmares are born of, being stuck between 2 D'Orlando brothers. What does Matias Ramirez do here, Chris?
Well, Ramirez doesn't have much to worry about right now. It's Nicholas D'Orlando that's got his mirrors full. That's Tyler Gonzalez, and the fastest man on the track, Matthew Latifi. Gonzalez knows if he loses it to Latifi, he's going to lose touch with your leader. So he's trying to get around D'Orlando as soon as he can here. Meanwhile, back to the front stretch one more time. Top 5 covering with a blanket into turn number 1.
It's a solid pack of drivers in the top 5. Gonzalez takes a look on the inside of D'Orlando Nicholas, and he makes it work. And Nicholas gets pinched off into 2. He should have been able to bring Latifi through with him. Top 3 are now D'Orlando, Ramirez, Gonzalez, and then in 4th, that should still be Nicholas, Latifi in 5th. But boy, it's a logjam, your top 7.
Steve Chapman and that Sofina Foods Tony Kart working on Matthew Latifi, the 218. They have got that thing dialed in. The young man out of Canada has Duke Medjin on his back bumper. Now he separates about 3 kart lengths through the showcase corner down the front straightaway. Michael D'Orlando, stop looking back for the love of goodness.
The love of goodness. The love of the game.
Trying to stay PC here for all of our viewing audience at home through turn number 3.
Michael D'Orlando doing a good job. You'll notice he looked over that left shoulder as they went down the front straightaway, just checking in and seeing where the rest of the field was. But as Chris said, you don't need to look behind you. You need to look in front of you. That's where the important stuff is right now. They're going to come down to see only 3 laps to go. Ramirez has just been bamboozled in this race, got picked off right on the opening, well, the second lap heading into turn 1, and he's been playing catch-up ever since then. D'Orlando continues to look back. Ramirez is staring right at him every time Michael looks over his shoulder.
Like we talked about earlier on, though, Matias Ramirez doesn't have to rely on horsepower to make it work. Obviously, Mike Speed, the Ocala Grand Prix engine department, doing a phenomenal job once again this weekend. But Ramirez, one of those unique drivers here at this facility that doesn't need horsepower to make it work. He makes 97% of his passes for the lead in the infield. Now to the showcase.
Did you do the math on that?
2 to go. Sticks in the air by Cam Hager, this time by. The penultimate lap underway now into turn number 1. Half a cart separates your leaders. Nicholas D'Orlando purple, 37.494. Does he have enough for Tyler Gonzalez in that 3rd spot?
He sure does. D'Orlando gets a good run up through the chicane to 3. He's going to set his sights on Tyler Gonzalez. They come now into the switchbacks. Your front 4 all over each other. It's Michael D'Orlando up front. Matias Ramirez in 2nd. Tyler Gonzalez in 3rd. Nicholas D'Orlando in 4th. And Latifi in 5th. They make their way through the showcase one more time. Next time they'll be staring at a checkered flag. White flag flies. Michael looks over his shoulder. Ramirez still there. Nicholas goes to the inside on Gonzalez in 1, and it works. D'Orlando up into 3rd. So it's D'Orlando P1, Ramirez P2, and D'Orlando P3. But Gonzalez battles back in turn 4. Oh, he makes the pass stick, but for how long? Nicholas hammers him in the back bumper. Gonzalez to the inside as they head for 6. They keep swapping spots on the track. Michael D'Orlando brings him out of 7. They head for 8. Chris, they're heading for home.
Look for the over-ender here by Matias Ramirez, setting up for a slide job. He's going to cross from the top to the bottom. Ramirez, here he comes to the checkered flag. Matias Ramirez wins it. Michael D'Orlando, Nicholas D'Orlando. Then it'll be Tyler Gonzalez and Matthew Latifi.
We got one driver mowing the lawn hard on the outside of the track as they come down the front straightaway, and you called it perfectly, Chris. The over-under. D'Orlando defended to the inside. Matias Ramirez saved the speed on entry and poured it on the exit.
So fantastic job here by our Rok Junior drivers, Tony Laporta. That's going to wrap it up for heat race action. You have one more race to do, and I've got a whole lot of work to do. So
you don't want to hang
we'll
out for
see
this
you guys
LCQ?
tomorrow. LCQ's not really my kind of thing. So we'll see you then for pre-finals and finals, buddy. Thanks for having me.
Chris Wheeler, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. He will be back tomorrow. Don't you worry about that. So, as he said, we have one more race to go, but let's take a look at the finishing order here in Junior Rock. Matias Ramirez makes a last corner, last lap pass to get around D'Orlando for the win. Younger Nicholas D'Orlando comes home 3rd. That will do it for our Junior Rock heat racing LCQ time as Mini Rock drivers grid up and get ready to go for our last race of the day here in Ocala, Florida. Stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. tomorrow. You were close, you had a good run, but it just didn't work out. The LCQ, you're going to have 6 winners and a few very upset drivers. As we make their way around on the out lap, they head to start their formation lap. And this is the final race of the day here. Mini Rok L. But today, right now, they're going to put on one of the best shows of the weekend because these drivers are trying to fight their way in to the last main event. It's Mini Rok getting ready to drop the flag on our only LCQ of the day. Kids who are not used to being up at the front of a pack, and then you thrust them into the top 2, 3 rows in a race like this, and sometimes you have hairy starts. Everybody else off and running. Few carts get together on the exit of turn 4 as they run through the switchback. Again, these top 4 don't matter. It's 5th, 6th, 7th, the bubble positions we are watching. Challenge for second place right there is it's going to be Robusto giving up a spot to Ryan. Right now, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. There's a shot from the Bridgestone Blimp high above turn 5 here at Ocala Grand Prix. There's your leader, Ryan Rackley, Nicholas Pino. That's not correct. Ryan Rackley is not your leader. Six. That's how they run right now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Juarez is in 6th. The 157 of Lambros is in 7th, meaning he is currently outside looking in. It's a 12-lap LCQ here, as they'll see 8 to go at the last driver in the transfer spot. He just went purple, 40.901, 40.901, quickest lap on the track. Your top 6 out in front. the one who, if he's passed, if he loses one more position, he's out of this race. And they're going to do the worst thing they possibly could right now. Detlor and Juarez are going to start racing side by side. I'm watching it right out my window, and this is the last. Is shrinking. There's still over 5 laps to go. Anything could happen here. 7th place is Cirillo. Jeffers in 8th. Menge 9th. Alclade in 10th. Lambros, Luca. And I don't know if Gunnar Bischoff ever completed any laps. I hate to see that. I got to meet Gunnar and his family up at the OVRP banquet. Turn 3 now to 4. 5th and 6th, still Juarez and Detlor. The gap shrinks again, though. 6th back to 7th, only 1.1 seconds. Those two kids. Daytona 500. And the big question is, what's more heartbreaking, folks? Not making the Daytona 500 or not making the floor? Giving him the position. I'm not sure. Detlor and Juarez were running each other super hard through the middle of turn 9. The track here at OGP is wide, but it's not that wide, folks. Juarez ran off the exit and mowed the grass, the back end. Sixth, Juarez and Detlor, they went to work racing each other, and that was the last thing they needed to do. And Juarez is going to come out on the short end of that stick. Second, third, and fourth continue to be a good fight. Juarez is not completely out of this thing yet, but he's about 10 kart lengths back from Alejandro Cirillo. But just like how we're talking about Detlor and but this was the LCQ. Juarez and Detlor are there in the last 2 transfer spots, and because Juarez wanted to hang it out on the outside and try to make something happen, that's heartbreaking. That makes me sick. I hate that for Santiago Juarez. But as it stands now, winning the race, Ryan Rackley, Alex Jankowski, Nicholas Pino, Isabella Robusto, Ryan Detlor, and Alejandro Cirillo will transfer into tomorrow's pre-final and final with drivers Santiago Juarez, Jack Jeffers, Jordan Menge, Arturo Alcalde, Dino Lambros, Enrico De Luca, and Gunnar Bischoff not making the final 6 spots to move on to tomorrow. So that is just unfortunate, and you hate to see that. We're going to check one more time for any shout-outs possibly that anybody may have sent. It's live at FloridaWinterTour.com. So, drivers, if your fan club could not make it here this weekend, tell them to email us live at FloridaWinterTour.com. What a great day of racing, Taylor Jocelyn. That was an absolute blast. Saw 2 rounds of heat races and 1 very exciting LCQ. They always promise action here at the Florida Winter Tour. We'll sell you the whole seat. We only need the edge. That'll do it from Ocala today, folks. We are done. If you're at the track, Max Speed would like to extend an open invitation to you and your family and your friends to join us for dinner tonight. 4:30 that kicks off. It is a free dinner hosted by Max Speed as a welcome to the Florida Winter Tour. It is free. It means you don't got to pay anything. Not like how I have to pay to come announce these races. So we'd really like to see you guys at dinner. People who work for Max Speed are going to be serving the dinner, like Garrett Potter and maybe even Andrew Campbell will get his hands dirty, but I doubt it. We'd love to see you guys at that dinner. It sounds really good. Garrett texted me the menu. Let's tell you one more time what's for dinner. It looks like sliced roast beef, grilled mahi, and he says the German chocolate cake will be mashed. I think he means mashed potatoes, though. So that is for dinner tonight. We will see you there. For everybody watching live at home, we sure appreciate you tuning in. We got a couple interviews that we've recorded earlier in the day coming your way next. I suggest you stick around and watch those. But for Chris Wheeler, I'm Tony Laporta. Thanks a bunch for joining us on your Saturday afternoon. We'll see you back here for pre-finals and main events tomorrow. More from Ocala.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.
All right, we're here with Oliver Askew, factory pilot for PSL Karting, Burrell Art. Oliver, Heat 1 went pretty well. Not a win like last time. You got a lot of pressure from Danny Formal. Man, Danny Formal is on it this weekend. How is it racing against him?
It's really good. Both Austin, Danny, and I, we all have a lot of respect for each other, so it's really enjoyable to race against them. And yeah, the heat race went really well. I know we have good race pace. You know, when people start racing, there's a bunch of dirt on the track, and the wind doesn't help either. So I think the Burrell ART chassis is working really well right now, and we'll see what happens for the rest of the weekend.
Now, typically a manufacturer is always leaking the new model in at the end of the season. You guys are on the new 2016 stuff. How's it working so far for you?
Really, really good. Yeah, I mean, even last year's stuff was good, and we keep progressing as a team and as a dealer for the chassis. And you know, Ronnie Sala and everyone at Burrell ART are involved in this program, and I am very fortunate to be a part of it.
Great job, Oliver. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No problem, man.